Do you know what it's like when you want to go cry, but you can't let out all the feelings inside? So you lay in your bed under blankets and hide, and you let people know that you're feeling just fine. And your pillow gets stained with the tears that you cried, and you're praying nobody comes in, and that's why. And the redness is already taking your eyes. You wish you could hide it, but there's no disguising it. Cry. Let it all out.
If I had to be completely honest with myself, I'm tired. I'm tired, and it's not a physical tired. It's a very, it's in the soul. It's like I'm fucking tired. I'm tired of going through this shit. I'm tired of everything not working out, and I'm just like, I fucking tried, and I can't not lie and say it's not like you don't want to live kind of thing. It's more of a, if God were sitting across from me right now, there would be a part of me that would just want to go up to him and say, listen, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I'm fucking physically and mentally spent, and I'm done. And it's a silent battle too. And it's a battle we kind of hide from the world and from the people we love and the people we want to love or want to love us, because who wants a broken person? It's like, if they knew, like, if the people in your life knew how broken we were, like, would they stay? And then that raises the question of, like, how do I fix this? Can you fix this? I don't know.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Monday. Welcome to Men Caring for Men, Men's Mental Health Show, where we talk about the tough topics, the tough issues going on in the world of being men and what it's like to struggle as a man and not always be allowed to show our feelings and show our emotions, or vocalize how that we may feel underappreciated or not appreciated, or whatever the case may be. However, here we do all that, and we speak from personal experiences. We're no experts. We're not doctors. We're not educated in that field. We're just talking. We're a group of men, and we're chit-chatting and having the conversations that nobody's really ready for and probably don't want to hear, or whatever the case may be. But that's all right. We're here to help. We're here to make a difference. We're here to make a change. I am Glick. You guys get to see me a lot during the week, but I do host this show. Typically, we have ourselves a little panel, and then we do still have ourselves a little panel. We got Connor joining us. Maybe Connor's joining us. There's Connor. He's joining us. You get to see Connor with me on Wednesdays and Saturday nights as well, and when we're acting a little special. And then we have Jarvis joining us as the newest full-time member, I guess you could say, of Men Caring for Men, Jaravish.
Hey.
And here in just a few, we're going to have a couple other guys joining us. Brian will be coming in. Again, Brian's kind of one of those members of the show as well that you get to see every Monday. And we got a new face tonight. If you guys were around Saturday night for Nonsensical Nonsense, you've seen him. He wanted to pop in tonight and take part of the panel and join us. And like always, the panel is open every Monday night for all men. If you want to come in and take part of the discussion or share your stories or anything like that, just ask, and we'll get you the link sent over somehow. That way you can pop in and join us and hang out and chit chat with us as well. Like I said, it is an open forum. And we kind of I have an idea what I'm going to talk about. I have to be better about letting these guys know in advance so that they can prepare a little bit. But if you are looking to reach out to us, as I've said in the past, we have all the social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. We do the show live every Monday, 7:30-ish on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And you can listen anytime, any place, wherever you listen to podcasts at. And it is all part of the Nonsensical Network. So if you go to Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast, you can find it. Or you can head on over to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. And all the links will be there for all the shows on the network. That way you guys can follow us. We greatly appreciate that. You can share it out if you want to. And you can also reach out to us. If you need somebody to talk to, or you're going through some stuff, or you want to be a part of the show, all you got to do is just hit us up on those social medias. And it'll be me for right now. I got to work on getting Connor access to all that stuff. And Jeff is my other co-host a couple nights a week. He has access to all that stuff. He just doesn't do anything with it. But anywho, tonight on the show, we got the guys in here. I want to talk about relationships. And as I said, these are personal experiences, personal feelings, things that we've gone through. We're not necessarily speaking for everyone or everybody, or pigeonholing, these thoughts and opinions. They're ours. There are, I try to get some. I'm not going to be a numbers guy. I'm not going to bore you to death with 48% of relationships don't last past a year, or 76% of marriages end in divorce, anything like that. It's just real talk, real conversation, and some of the things that we've gone through and we've been able to learn from our either past or current relationships. So, if you're listening, obviously your opinion is loud in the chat. We encourage it, but don't think that we're speaking to the masses. We're speaking about men, for men, to men, because these are some of the feelings that a lot of men are going through and how they feel in these situations. And sometimes they don't feel validated, nor do they feel like they have the opportunity to speak their piece, or whatever the case may be. So don't take it personal. Don't anybody take anything we say personal. Just having a conversation, and feel free to engage in the chat. Feel free to add to the conversation. All that is welcomed. I'm a little long-winded to start the show out tonight. Anywho, as I said, Steven is here. I don't know where Connor is. He disappeared. Steven, how you doing tonight, buddy? What's going on?
Not bad. Got a new episode of the Jarvis podcast out there. Had my camera die halfway through it. And then tonight when I was trying to put my webcam together, evidently it went to the fucking purple realm. So I made sure to chuck it up against the wall as soon as I knew it was not working anymore. So now I'm in the... Go ahead.
That usually solves the problem when something's broken. You throw it up against the wall.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out with controllers. Doesn't work so much.
Yeah.
Who knew? But no, just been, just trying to hang in there and figure out this world, and now just waiting for the career representative that I'm supposed to have help me out so I can get my job in radio started. And hasn't been a week yet, but it's just like, come on, want to start this so I can get shit going.
I understand the
I'm so fucking ready.
Yeah, the impatience, the anticipation. You just want it to.
Yeah. You
just want to get started. I understand that, man. Absolutely. I mean, you'll get there. You just gotta, you don't want to rush into the first thing that you come across, because might not be a good situation, might not be a good spot.
For sure.
As soon as I was done with college and I knew I was graduating, I felt like the fucking ultimate warrior after doing a line of coke. Just wanted to run down to that fucking ring and just be done with it. But no, it's definitely a work in progress, and still haven't even finished the demo yet. So which
I told
hopefully
you,
that's a banger.
Just
I
play the
told
OLED.
I told
But
you,
I
man.
mean,
We can,
Connor's
we
back,
can,
so now
yeah,
so
we
now
can,
Connor can talk.
we can clip anything you need.
Yeah.
Listen, so what had happened was I went to open my Dr. Pepper and it sprayed everywhere. And so now my legs are all sticky because I don't feel like taking a shower mid-show. Because I can't bring you with me.
I mean,
Listen, I'm good with camera placement. You wouldn't see my face. I mean, anything below my waist.
I mean, I don't know if that's like sticking a toaster in a bathtub if you take your laptop in there, but
Point being,
Evidently, the people in the chat. Well, evidently, Glick wants Connor to commit toaster bath.
nobody unalived themselves. We just had that conversation. So I think what I want to start doing every Monday, and I just started with Jarvis after my little long-winded bullshit. I just want to check. I just want to do like like a weekly check, see how you guys are doing. I asked Connor, or I asked Steven, I'm asking you the same thing, Connor. How's things going? How you holding up over there? How's your week been, or your week started?
just remember, you've got to be careful. The last time you said, I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked Steven. And everybody on the show ended up in tears.
Yeah. Well,
So you got to be careful.
Yeah.
But that being said,
what made you regret this decision?
no, I've been doing all right. It's been an interesting weekend. Found a house, put an offer on the house, accepted the offer on the house, and now we're running into issues after the offer got accepted. So that's interesting. The kids keep growing, and I keep breaking. I've got surgery tomorrow, which is making me my pants, but I'll be all right. I'm getting fatter, and the rest of the world's getting thinner.
That is right. You did message me yesterday, I think it was, and say that you probably wouldn't be on the show Wednesday because you have surgery tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll be very, 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 very out of it on Wednesday. Or at least with any luck, at least.
Live from the hospital bed, it's Connor.
I better not should be in a damn hospital.
I was just getting ready to say, I really hope that that this goes better than last time, because last time, Connor and I talked the day before his surgery, and he was like, "Yeah, go ahead, I'll be back home tomorrow," and I'm like, "Cool." And I reached out to check on him, and I didn't hear from him for a day, and I'm like, well, this can't be good. And then when I finally did hear from him, it was like, put it in a goddamn.
If you put the cat in the IV bag, it looks cool.
I was like, well, I don't think that went according to plan.
No. So. Boys, take it to your room. Take it to your room.
I do want to start every show, just do a little bro check, checking on you guys, seeing how you guys are doing, seeing, especially as the panel. What's going on, Joe? How you doing, bud? How's things going in your world? And obviously this is, the Men's Mental Health Show. This is the Men Caring for Men show. Yeah, I want to check on you guys, see how you guys doing. And when we have guests on the panel or regulars on the panel, because as I said in the beginning, the door's open to anybody who wants to come in and take part in the conversations with us, especially men. You guys are more than welcome to. Tonight, kind of wanted to talk.
Longest pause of my life, dude. I just had a fucking birthday. Good Lord.
Sorry, the message I just got. Kind of want to talk about relationships and whatnot, and the good, the bad, the ugly, everything in between. We've all been through them. We've all had relationships. We've all gone through things, and some people, they oftentimes you see on the internet, couples portray a certain image on the internet, or people in general, they portray a certain image on the internet, but in actuality, I mean, they're really going through shit. They're dealing with a whole lot of shit. It's just some of the big issues that are there in relationships, and some of the things that we've gone through and been through ourselves personally. Because not all relationships are good. You got to weather the storms at the end of the day to get to the rainbow on the other side. The grass is greener on the other side type bullshit. However, some relationships, they don't make it through the storm. They get their asses kicked and look like Katrina, or look like New Orleans after Katrina was done with it.
That bitch.
It gets ugly, and and especially if it's a marriage or a relationship where kids are involved, or whatever. And sometimes people stay together just because they're afraid of being alone. Or marriages are like, well, we can't get divorced because of the kids, or
Hell, if I ever get divorced, it's going to take it away from the kids.
And then you have the opposite side of a relationship. You have a friendship that we talked about this the other night. It's funny how people meet, and Joe and I met when I started working at Orkin, and I was seriously his replacement. He trained me my first week or so. And I was brought in. I was initially hired as in one position, and then they called me a couple of days later and said, "We knocked off for you this position." And I was like, "Okay." And it wasn't until afterwards, but I was fortunate enough to make a friend down in Charleston in Joe, and he didn't hold any ill will towards me. But it's not every day you meet the man that's going to replace you. I know that's right. Hey, I was there in my marriage. I got to meet the man who replaced me, and it was like, cool, nice. It absolutely worked out in the end. At the end of the day, I say all the time, things happen for a reason, and I've always been a firm believer in that. Things happen for a reason, and when it happens, it don't make a lot of sense at the time, but once you get to where you're going, where you're supposed to be, then it makes all perfect sense. And I'm assuming from what I see on the interwebs, you guys are still doing very well and continuing to do better every day. So, but no, like I said, a lot of times, in a relationship, and this can go whether it be friendships, but I'm speaking more like boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, this, that, or the other thing. But this can easily apply in any relationship status. Jarvis, you're married, and you and your wife have been together, what, 4 years, 3 years, something like that?
Been together as a couple has been 7, almost 8 years, and been married for a year.
Okay, so you guys.
Thanks, Rip.
For a hot minute, and I know Connor and his wife have been together since the beginning of time.
7 years. Going on 8 this year.
So, so far, so good. But, obviously, I have a failed marriage. So as much as I would like to put it all on her, I can't, because, it was just as much my fault. But, and then my last few relationships, you guys have got to see pan out on this fucking broadcast channel. So, so I'm not very good at relationships. I also think that, I'm a difficult person to deal with, and for me personally, and I think other people have the same problem, and it can be a wall when being in a relationship and growing a relationship, that past trauma and whatnot, past stuff that you deal with, creeps up when you don't mean it to. So it can be a hindrance and cause problems, especially when you find somebody that's not like anybody else that you've ever been with before. and is actually good for you. But anywho, so
Any Jew.
if you guys don't mind me asking, and you know, it just obviously you've had ups and downs in your relationships. You guys have, I mean, you know, everybody does. You've struggled with things. And I want to dive, you know, as we go on, I'll dive into some of the reasons or some of the things that cause problems in relationships and whatnot like that. But I want to ask you guys, like, being with your significant other now for over 5 years, what are some things that when things start to get rocky, and I don't, you know, like, you don't really need to go into the reasons why it's rocky because we'll get down there. We'll get down that road here in a few. But what are some of the things that you guys do to like kind of get past the situation? Not necessarily put a Band-Aid on it, but try to fix it and move forward to continue to learn from each other and continue to grow as a lot of people say as one, but at the end of the day, you're a couple and you're going to grow as a couple. You're not going to grow in, you know, as one person. You're going to grow as a couple. And what are some of the things that have worked for you guys in your relationships?
Steven, I got yelled at the last time I went first, so you're up.
Damn it. Well, you know, just knowing that it's not on one person, you know, it's a team effort. You know, luckily with the woman that is now my wife, we had known that since day one when we first got together. It was never about who made more money than the other. It was about how we can make sure that we sustain the relationship that we have, and that, you know, it wasn't always gonna be sunshine and rainbows. We were gonna have those times where there were gonna be really good times, and then we were gonna have times where it was really bad times. And luckily, we're still together. She has been the greatest decision I have ever made in my life. She saw a lot of shit, which, like you said, we'll get more into later on. But I'm just so glad she came into my life, and I always look back to that country song, "Looking for a Woman Like You." You know, it just, the song always resonated when I would think about her. Or "Beautiful Crazy," you know. Most of the time when we want to go out somewhere, we end up deciding to just stay out on the couch and watch TV, you know. And
That would be called staying in, not out.
well, yeah, staying in, sorry.
I don't know what they say in Canada. Sorry.
Hey, Southern Canada. But no, Connor, what do you think, man?
God, I gotta really make an attempt not to say certain things because I know we said we'll delve into it later. But the problem is we hear the same things from the same people about how to get through shit, and we just kind of let it go in one ear and out the other. And the biggest part about, sorry, I know you guys wanted to listen to that in your ears. The biggest part about, hang on, bud. The biggest part when it comes to getting through struggles and mountains that you gotta roll through in your marriage or your relationship or even friendships is communication. It takes, and I can tell you from a man's perspective, it takes swallowing a lot of pride to say, "Hey, I've got a problem. I don't want to fight with you, but this is what's going on with me. This is what I'm having issues with you. This is an obstacle in my life. Is this an obstacle in your life? How can we address it together?" And you have to be willing as a man, and the woman too. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a two-way street, but for the purpose of this podcast, you know, we're talking about men here. You got to be willing to swallow your pride. Mm-hmm. It's not about being a badass. This is about you being vulnerable with your partner and being willing to say what's bothering you in any way, shape, or form. And sometimes it's not worth the fight, and sometimes it is. And you have to know when it's time to nut up and say the right thing, or just be honest, even when it might cause a fight. And communication is just that. is, you know what, I might hurt my wife's feelings. I just got to find a way to say it right without being an asshole and say what I'm feeling. And if you don't, then you run into a bigger issue later on because you just bottle it up and then it'll all come out. But you got to grow together, and the only way to do that is to talk about what your issues are. And if people don't do that these days, or they overtalk and they don't know how to deliver it to their significant other in a friendship relationships, spouses. So that's what I'd say is, I mean, the biggest thing that we've done is communicate. We've been through hell and back over the last year. And it's all been about not so much, we took these vows through thick and thin because nobody told us what thick was and no one told us what thin was. We don't know the good and the bad until we're through it and on the other side. So you got to be willing to say, I don't care what it is. Let's talk about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, the downside, or I guess the bad thing, much like having children, which will be another topic of conversation down the road. There's no manual that comes with being in a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
There's no book that tells. I mean, and yeah, you hear the talking heads, and this is something that we're going to say tonight, and it is true. It is 100%, and this would be something that we probably gets repeated a lot tonight. Communication, gotta have communication, but every relationship is different. People are we're wired differently, and sometimes communication isn't always spoken communication. I used to do words of wisdom on Nonsensical Nonsense, and it turned into a brief thing on TikTok. And one of the things that I said is, actions speak louder than words. Sometimes don't listen to the words that they're saying, but listen to what they're doing. I could say, Nikki and I are having problems. I can say everything she wants to hear, but none of that means anything unless I'm putting in the work. And that goes for everybody. So sometimes it isn't about necessarily using our words to communicate, but our actions as well. Doing the things that we say we're going to do, changing the things that we say we're going to change. And I'm not telling anybody, nobody should ever change who they are or anything like that for a relationship. I've been down that road before, and I can't do that no more. I have to be myself and who I am. So, like I said, we could drop the key points and the key words, communication and this, that, and the other thing. And like I said, we're going to dive more into some of this stuff as we continue to go. Kind of just filibustering before we get too heavy into the conversation. Give the other two guys a chance to get here, but in a relationship, there's a lot of issues that can come up. There's a lot of issues that can arise. Like I said, I do have several kind of talking points, and we can kind of spend a few minutes on each one of them. And that's going to absolutely fill the show up tonight. But I want to go ahead and I want to get the very first one out of the way because great thing about me and men is we stopped maturing at like 14. So this is gonna be one of those jokes probably will be made. But one of the biggest, one of the biggest things in a relationship that can cause problems or issues or stuff like that are intimacy issues. No matter what people say or what people and it's not just necessarily let's be honest, it is a lot to do with sex. But no, it doesn't necessarily mean that your relationship is based off sex, but intimacy is a core component of a romantic relationship. Because what it allows you to do is to share closeness and vulnerability and trust. You develop a trust with your partner. I mean, because even it's Connor. Even something as as much as something as mundane and vanilla as just missionary. I mean, you're still in a vulnerable state when you're having sex with somebody. You
Especially
have to have that trust. It also allows you, not only that, but it also allows you to explore your partner and learn a lot about your partner. What they like, what they don't like, what don't touch there, don't touch here, touch there. It,
here.
it, it creates that bond, or that, again, closeness, that for a couple to have. But sometimes that fades. I mean, stress over work, stress over money, stress over whatever, or you're working long hours, or you know kids or whatever, and that intimacy starts to fade, and then that becomes a problem in a relationship, because you lose that kind of connection that you have with your partner. I don't really know how to lead in to be like, so guys, uh, I mean, for me personally, I know that was, I think it was one of the reasons that my ex-wife cheated on me. The more depressed I got, the more anxious I got, the more I fell into my dark place. I just wasn't interested in sex. It was nothing to do with her. It was just where my head was. And I know that caused a lot of problems in our relationship. And I also know that was one of the key components that led her to step outside of our relationship multiple times while we were married. Because they start to question, and it happens to men as well. If you have a partner who just seems disinterested in you, then you start to question, like, am I not good enough? Does she not find me attractive? Do I not do that? You know, and I had those same doubts and stuff even with her, because it was, the other side of the coin was, yeah, she was lost that interest as well. So that intimacy kind of unfortunately went out the window as our relationship started to hit a pitfall and whatnot. Um, but that isn't the end all be all at the end of the day when it comes to relationships. I mean, I think after 7 years, I think it would be safe to say that at some point, both of you guys in your relationship have experienced that at some point, and it could have been any factor. I mean, hell, even your health factors into that. And there goes Connor. So, I mean, if you don't mind me asking, Jarvis, and you don't have to dive too much into it. You don't have to say anything. You don't. But have you guys come across that hiccup, or have you crossed that bridge as a couple? Like,
Many times. I mean, people think it just goes away with time. It doesn't. Um, it doesn't get any easier the longer you're together. Where she's working long hours, I'm working on like the podcast, or I'm doing this, or I'm doing my gaming stuff, or whatever fucking mundane project I'm always doing. It does take a strain on us all the time. Well, not all the time, but most of the time. And sometimes you gotta take vacations.
yeah,
um, I mean, how most of the time when me and my wife are able to get intimate is when we're on vacation and we're away from all the fucking shit that causes stress. Because whether people like to admit it or not, but when you add mental health and stress while trying to be physical with your significant other, it causes a lot of things to happen. It causes men to not be able to achieve climax. Same thing with a woman. Um, and it's just from what me and my wife have talked about, and it's very, very good to have that communication when you can sit and say, oh, hey, something's not going right. What can we do to fix it? Rather than just, well, we'll just put a band-aid on it for now, or we'll not talk about it and hopefully it works out. There's been so many people that have told me and my wife that, hey, you guys argue, and it's like, well, yeah, we're a couple, as long as we're not throwing fists. I mean, my wife throws pans and all that at me, but that's because I deserve it. And kidding, folks, kidding. But anyway, it's just been one of those things that I watched what it did to my folks. My mom was not very, how would you say it? She was not very faithful to my dad. And so that's why she ended up leaving him and then having a child with another man, which I came into the world that way. And then that man abandoned me and all that stuff. And like, I've asked my mom and I've asked my dad, many times that what was the biggest factor of your guys getting divorced twice? Because they remarried once I entered into the fray. And my dad said, your mom wasn't faithful. She looked for intimacy in other ways when I would either be working or she would want to work at night and all that stuff. So it there was a lot of things, and my mom, has now remarried again for like the fourth fucking time, and my dad, I feel so bad for my dad because it's like, he never got to have his happiness.
Yeah.
But then, like I told my dad, because when he was in the hospital after he had his seizures and all that, one of his high school sweetheart had talked to one of my aunts, and I wish I would have been there because I would have told my aunt, hey, give this person my dad's phone number because I want my dad to be happy. If he's happy being single, but at the same time, it's I think he'd be much happier with someone that he can share the rest of his life with, no matter how long or short that may be, because we never know when it's our time to go up to the pearly gates, if people believe in that, or the rainbow bridge up in the sky, whatever, and it just...
Hold it, dog heaven?
Yeah, evidently, you never know.
The gates of Valhalla wait for me.
Yeah, same here. Now there's just gonna be a thing on Reddit. New podcasting co-host on the Men Caring for Men goes into religious land saying they're all going to dog heaven. But no, that would be my short answer. Well, not short answer, but that's kind of my answer, I guess.
Yeah, and as human beings, we crave intimacy. We want intimacy. We want to feel like that we have a closeness with someone, and we I don't know, and yeah, like you said, sometimes, I mean, there's just a lot of factors when it comes down to it. I mean, and it's not always necessarily you got kids. I mean, you got work, and like I got 3 kids that are here all the time. It can be hard for Nikki and I to have a moment when the kids are here. I mean, obviously, don't want to weird my kids out. Neither one of us do, but but Connor, you want to add your 2 cents into that real quick before we move on to the next topic?
Yeah, sorry about that. I got a call from my wife. We're talking about that house, but yeah, and it's a good thing that you brought up. I mean, being intimate is, and people can deny it as much as they want and say it's shallow or whatever. It's an integral part of a relationship. However you describe your intimacy is, that's up to you and your definition and your relationship. But I can tell you that, and we'll just use, again, I mean, this last year as an example, it's been the hardest for us intimacy wise over this last year since my injury and my surgery. There was a point, especially after my surgery, I couldn't, not everything worked the same as it used to. And what's up, dude?
Parents, see, we got, sometimes we gotta take a time out to be parents.
Sorry, I'm back. But as I was saying, I mean, not everything worked the way that it was supposed to. after my surgery. I had spinal cord damage, and it really messed things up for me physically. But that affected our intimacy, not just because your pecker don't work, so you can't put it in, but when you can't have that, like you said, Chris, when you can't have that ability to explore each other and be that, it's the closest that you can be with your partner. It is, period, the end. There's no replacement for it.
I mean, outside of cutting them open and climbing inside of them.
Right. and I'm not white enough to be Dahmer. So
or Ohioan enough.
You know what? My nerd friends would have appreciated me making an effort. That was a Star Wars reference, all right?
Yeah.
I don't even watch Star Wars.
I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
Yeah.
But anyway, when you lose that in a relationship, it takes its toll on a relationship. And as a man, when you lose your ability to, do that, you lose your self-confidence. And it sent me into a spiral. On top of being crippled and not being able to walk around, I couldn't be intimate with my wife. And so that made me depressed. And on top, then she felt unloved because I didn't want to talk about it. I just wouldn't do anything with her. I'd be like, "Hi, babe," give you a kiss, give her a smack on the ass, and that was all you're getting. And it wasn't her fault. And again, I mean, we can say communication all night, but it took me saying that for that to become something that we could work on together. But when you don't have it, it will absolutely take its toll on a relationship, and it can ruin a relationship. So you need to be willing as a man. And again, I mean, communication, parrot. I feel like a parrot. We're just saying the same thing over and over, but there's a reason that you hear it so often.
Yeah, and I said that with that show. Each episode, where you're going to hear us repeat certain things and key phrases multiple times, and that's one of them. So we're all going to feel and look like parrots tonight.
It helps the algorithm at the end of the day.
Anything to help the algorithm. I mean, with the intimacy, and Connor, you kind of touched on that with, you see you give her a little slap on the ass or whatever. Sometimes it's not always about sex. Sometimes it's about that flirtiness and, dropping little comments or, even as men, Nikki tells me every day, multiple times a day, that I'm handsome, and I tell her she's blind. But it's still nice. It's nice to hear because most guys, we're not used to hearing, "Oh, hey, you look good," or "Man, you're a sexy son of a bitch." I know we're not gonna believe you, but it's nice to hear. Or the flirting back and forth. If we're walking through Walmart or something, I slap her on the butt or squeeze her butt or whatever, or whatever other various ways of flirting. Also, being able to have that closeness, one of our favorite things to do, especially on Sundays, is, if we're both home, is to lay on the couch and cuddle and watch movies all day. We don't have to do anything. We're just cuddled up on the couch watching movies. Usually, and we'll order food, we'll go get sushi, whatever. But I mean, that's also that form of intimacy and closeness and being able to just be with each other and be touching each other. One of the, and I'm going to say this a lot too. One of the side effects with intimacy, because there's a lot of talking points on here that I want to touch, and a lot of them I'm just going to combine into one kind of discussion. And it's not like we have to have this discussion because, first and foremost, I don't want to share any stories because I don't want to be that guy, and I don't want to hear any of your stories about it. But bad sex can ruin a relationship too. Obviously, you want that sexual chemistry, as it's important to a long-term success. You got to be able to connect in that way. Couples who disagree about the frequency or quantity of sexual intimacy, or whatever the case may be, or one partner's not satisfying another partner, or whatever the case may be, or maybe one partner's into this and the other partner, nah, they're really not my cup of tea. And then they just flat out refuse that partner, something that they want or that they want to try or whatever. So, bad sex in general is also going to be, it's going to cause issues and problems in a relationship. And, and especially now, and I think men need to be more mindful of this because as men, we're degenerates at the end of the day. We're heathens. We're going to be a little bit more open to things. And, growing up, we, in my generation, you knew certain girls were like, all right, I know she's into a lot of weird shit and whatever. But for the most part, girls were kind of, I don't want to say closed-minded, but, they weren't open to a lot of doors weren't open. Where nowadays, even the older generation is like, yo, I'm a fucking freak 7 days a week.
Pineapple on their front doorstep.
Yeah. So, past relationships, it would be like, well, I want to do this, that, and the other thing. And she was like, no, just missionary and, or vice versa. I know I'm not the most explorative person in the world. I'm pretty vanilla, if you will.
Listen, if she spits on it first, let her stick her finger in there. I promise not as bad.
I've gotten a little bit more experimental, as I've gotten older and whatnot. But like I said, you want to have that sexual chemistry. I mean, that's ultimately sexual chemistry and intimacy. They go hand in hand at the end of the day. At the end of the day, they are one and the same. You could be banging it out 7 days a week, 3 times a week, but if it's bad, you're going to get fucking bored eventually. And they're going to be like, I'm not really into this. I got a headache. Yeah. Which I've had to tell Connor a lot.
Oh, sorry, Chris. I can't today. My neck hurts. I got locked jaw. It's not going to work.
No, don't worry.
Just get him one of those magical pillows where it's got the fucking neck brace right off as a tax right off.
Right?
Darn tootin', Benji. Listen, if I use any tricks on Chris, I learned it from my wife.
Nice. Let me go ahead and knock this big one out of the way too, because again, we're going to say it. Obviously, communication issues, lack of communication, communication in general. We don't spend a lot of time on this because we've all three kind of touched on it, but obviously you want to have that communication there. You can't go through a relationship and expect a relationship to grow or get better or be easier or weather a storm. I don't even want to know. I'm glad I missed what you said.
You just over the course of about 10 seconds, you said communication 4 times.
Yeah, well, I got bullet points here. So
I said, did you mention communication? And then you followed up by saying communication. And just, let's go.
Yeah. So
we're not.
It's going to be said a lot tonight. Deal with it. We can turn it into a drinking game at the end of the day. Anytime any one of us says communication, you guys that are listening,
as the fucking
everyone except for Chris.
Street.
Everyone except for Chris will get alcohol poisoning on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was fucking blitzed by the time we ended the show, like 2:00 in the morning on Sunday or Saturday.
Yeah, well, but
is that why you were bleeding?
We'll talk about that later.
Wife choked me too hard. Sorry.
No, obviously, as we've all said, and like I said, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. We're not going to dance around the panel. Obviously, and it's going to be said multiple times. Communication. You got to talk. You can't not have it. It is there. And, like I said, it's there, whether you're speaking the words or your actions, and we'll kind of move on past that. But, and again, something we've already talked about. infidelity, lack of trust, kind of go hand in hand. You know, if your significant other is having an affair, or both of you are having a relationship outside of the relationship, unless you specifically agreed to it, you know, because some couples are into that. That's to each their own.
That's not.
It's going to cause all. I mean, obviously, nobody. And as a guy, and I can speak for myself here. You know, my marriage ended in infidelity. You know, like I said, my ex-wife, she can deny it all she wants, but you know, proof's in the pudding. And when it's on, when I'm looking at it dead in the fucking, it's smacking me in the face, and I'm looking at it on the screen, or I'm looking at it on paper, or whatever the case may be. You know, she messed around multiple times on me. My ex-fiance, again, one of the relationships that you guys seen on here, she stepped out. She can say she didn't, but she tattled on herself a couple months after we broke up. And you know, but you know, as a guy, and I've never, you know, like me personally, it's not worth my time and energy to cheat on somebody. If I'm going to cheat on somebody, I'm just going to tell you I don't want to be with you, because at the end of the day, once you start stepping out of a relationship, and in my opinion, the relationship's over. And even now, more than ever, you know, I learned from my ex-wife. It happened multiple times, and multiple times I took her back, and multiple times we tried to work on things, and then it would happen again, and then finally, she's the one that left me. She left me for another man. Once that happened, I was like, no, I mean, I'm done. If I'm in a relationship again and they cheat, I'm cutting ties, flipping the switch, and you're dead to me at the end of the day. And then, you know, my ex-fiance, she did exactly what she did. And, you know, at first, you know, I was heartbroken and couldn't understand why. And then when I found out why, and despite all the bullshit that she said and all the stories, and when I found out the real reason, I was like, all right, I'm good. You know, I don't need this. I'm not going to lose sleep over this. I'm not going to, you know, let my life continue to go on being shitty because you're a fucking horrible person at the end of the day. But when you go through that, or when you go through issues of past relationships, of mistrust or taking advantage of your trust, or whatever, down the line, or as that relationship continues, if you stay in that relationship, or as you get into other relationships, that trust thing is hard to get back, to get control of. And whether they've done anything or not, you just naturally have, you start making up, and again, I'm speaking for me personally, you know, start making up scenarios in the back of my mind, like, you know, why are you leaving me on red for 2 hours, or why are you not responding to me, or whatever. So, you know, you start to struggle with that with trust issues. And as far as relationships go, you know, if you guys don't trust each other, how strong can a relationship possibly be? I mean, trust is like one of those fundamental pillars. If we're building a pyramid, they're one of those base blocks, you know, that hold the weight of everything when it comes to a relationship. So that's been something that I've had to deal with, in me personally in my life, in relationships, is trying to get past trauma, I guess you could say, and be more trusting. And I'm actually a pretty trusting individual at the end of the day, and it's just kind of come back and bite me in the ass more times than I'd like to admit to. Connor, do you have anything that you want to add to that, or?
Well, so I mean, I can't tell you from experience about infidelity. I've been blessed enough to either never have it happen to me, or I've just never found out. And I won't.
We had your wife's permission for what we were doing at Abercrombie, so.
So I don't have to, and I'm not going to sit here and bash my ex. or anything like that, because I've got no hard feelings toward her. And even if she did, it's so long past now that I'm not worried about it. But what I can tell you is that it's horrifying. And I'll tell you from somebody in the military's perspective, the divorce rate in the military is somewhere around 80% of marriages that fail in the military, and a large portion of that is due to infidelity, whether it be on the service member's part or their spouse. And one of the biggest things that, I mean, my wife and I both, and we, again, communication, we've talked about it all the time, have the stones to say, we can't make this work. Don't cheat on me. Because when you're gone and you think to yourself, gosh, she could be out doing this. She never went to parties. She wouldn't go to clubs. If she was hanging out with somebody, they'd hang out at the house. She'd never hang out with a man in our house or a man at somebody else's house, because it was a line that she didn't even want to come close to. And the same went for me. I didn't ever want to come close to that line. So if I went out with the guys drinking and they were hanging out with a group of girls, I'd be like, hey, this isn't what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay at the bar, have a couple drinks, and go home. And so when it comes to infidelity, you have to have trust. If you can't trust them to be loyal, then it's not a healthy relationship. It's not something you should be a part of. And as someone who's luckily, again, never had it happen to him, I hope I never have to go down the road. And it's terrifying to think that somebody else could step in and be what I wish I could be, So that's really all I got to say. Cause again, I don't have that much experience with it.
You want to add anything to that, Jarvis, before I bring the other guys up?
Well, I've only been married once, but I mean, even before Alyssa, most of my relationships back then were ending.
High five, great success.
And the women cheating, which, when you're young, you do a lot of stupid shit. I mean, I was involved in sports in school, so it's like, even though I was with someone at that time, it was just like, well, I got to go to practice. And, like you guys were saying, there comes a point when you're in a relationship where it's like, is this really for me? I mean, I would be gone or at practice or training or whatever. And, you can have that girl say, oh no, I understand, I'm patient, all that. After a while, they're going to wonder if it's truly worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, I probably could have had many chances to get married very young, which would have ended in divorce, because I wasn't a good person then. And I mean, my wife says I'm a good person now, but, as we all know, no one believes her.
I was about to say, that's bullshit.
I mean, we all know better.
I mean, a good person, would tell my wife to watch the fucking show.
Hey, whatever drugs you're giving your wife, I would keep it up.
Right.
And, go ahead.
No, go ahead, buddy. Good.
Just, I don't know. I mean, most of the like I said, I've never had that problem like Glick had, and it wasn't probably mostly on you, Glick. It was more probably the person you were with. And, that's what I learned with some of my ex-girlfriends.
My ex-fiance was a whore.
Was that they found that something else in another person that wasn't me.
Mm.
I mean, they wanted to be a part of the cool club. I didn't, they're like, but Steven, you're in sports. You should be hanging out with the popular kids and the jocks. And I'm like, no, I just want to be by myself. I just want to hang out in my own fucking world.
Just want to do my thing. Yeah. No, exactly. Like I said, whatever the case may be, I mean, there's one common factor when it comes to infidelity or when it comes to cheating and whatnot like that, whether it's a man doing it or a woman doing it, that person on the other end always feels less of a person, feels like they did something wrong, feels like, something's wrong with them. Not only that, but I mean, that's just a fucking dagger in the heart when you find out that the person that claims to love you and cares about you is stepping out on the side. And, one of those other little side effects that come along with the infidelity, and not only that, but having the trust issues and stuff like that, but are people keeping secrets? Because anytime there's infidelity or whatever, or, not necessarily keeping secrets of somebody on the other side, but, financial secrets, secrets about losing a job or whatever the case may be, but keeping secrets lead to those trust issues and lead you to question your relationship and whatnot. I'm going to go ahead and welcome Brian.
Good evening, infidels.
And Rick to the show. What's going on, guys?
Buenos nachos, senor crazy men.
Yeah,
Boys, I just want to put this out here. The word for the night.
Communicate.
Well, that makes perfect
anytime
sense.
somebody says communicate or communication, you have to drink.
Everyone's going to be dead except for Chris by the end of the show.
I don't know. I bet I could probably roll with him if I wanted to.
Benji, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't even know who Manny Ketchman is, so that was completely incidental.
Don't know who that is either.
Ketchman? I don't know who that is.
Nachos. You guys
Might
came
be
in at like a perfect point. We're gonna get ready and take a real quick break. But I asked the guys at the beginning of the show, and I want to ask you guys real quick. I said I want to start the show with this every Monday night. I'll start with Brian here. Brian, how you doing, man? How was your weekend? How's your week going so far? How's everything in your world?
Chris, do it after we get back from the damn break. It'll lead.
Well, I'm going to lead back into what we're doing.
Makes no sense. Before the break.
It's called
Yeah,
segue.
He kind of nailed it.
Segue.
Here we go. I'm not. I'm myself down here. This is not my show no more. I'm at the very last spot now.
Get back up there, you
I'm
slut.
not worthy. Put me back.
And just
Be
like
a
that, Connor
dirty
became the
whore.
host.
Quit it, you whore.
Sweet.
That escalated quickly.
Yeah. Elaborate.
Oh, now I'm last. Okay, this is bullshit.
Called you
There
a
we-
whore.
There we go. That makes more sense.
I was about to say, wait, why am I in the fucking middle?
Okay, well,
All
fine.
right,
You know
I
what?
got you.
You know what? Fuck you guys. Fuck you, Brian. Fuck your day, and fuck how you feel. We're gonna take
Just
a
put
break.
me last.
Nah, Rick, you got a better beard than Brian, so you win.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right,
shit.
well,
I got a better beard than all of you.
I know you're not even trying to compare that little baby beard
Oh,
to my
God.
beard.
Listen, Salt and Pepper. Settle down over there.
Those are
Okay.
called racing stripes, and if
Yeah.
if you have them, then you know what they're from.
From sleeping, let's drool.
You know.
That's exactly what it's from. It's from drooling while his feet are up on the desk and his head's cocked back. Does it work?
If Jeff ever grew out a good beard, that's what that would be. Sorry, I was sitting on the toilet for too long.
Jeff looks like a homeless.
Are you going to
Sorry.
a break?
I'm
Sorry,
trying
my
to.
Ponzi schemes
Yeah.
went a little long.
So, yeah, right. All right. Well, we'll take a real quick break, and then I'll see how the guys are doing when we come back. Because apparently, I don't know how to host a show. Good thing I got Connor here.
Fucking guy.
But
I do
before we go
remember
to break, I do want to shout out the world of podcasting. We got a lot of friends in the podcasting world, and we recently switched over to Zencaster for all of our podcasting needs. Oh, excuse me. Essentially, like the distribution and stuff like that. If you're thinking about starting a podcast or you're already doing a podcast and you want to elevate your game, go ahead and check out Zencaster.com. Super easy to use. Everything you need is literally in one location. You're always going to sound your best, look your best. If you decide to do the 4K video route, if you decide to do pre-recorded videos and stuff like that. But when you upload your audio, it's always going to sound good. They're going to take out the ums and ahs, the background noise, all that shit that happens with normal day-to-day life, because we're all real people and we all have real lives behind the scenes. Yeah, behind the camera. Things are going on.
Resting gently.
Not only that, but literally everything you need is in one spot. So you don't have to go buy a whole bunch of crazy-ass expensive equipment or anything like that. It's literally all right there for you at a click of a button. something you're interested in, like I said, they are going to help you distribute. They're going to get it out to all the major platforms. That's why you guys can listen to us wherever you want, because we're there because of Zencastr. They don't care how big or small you are. Their number one goal is to help you grow, which is evident to our numbers that we have. Because I don't know why the hell people are listening to us, but I appreciate the fuck out of you guys. So if it's something you want to check out, and I recommend you check it out, head on over to Zencastr.com/pricing, set up your account, log in, and you're going to get 30% off your first month's paid plan. And you can try it out for 30 days. Let us know what you think. And you can either say, click, hell yeah, bro, thanks for the advice. Or you can say, click, you fucking moron. Zencastr sucks. However,
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet my paycheck that you're going to be happy with Zencastr.
It's not free. It's not for me.
It's not
Or-
a paycheck.
I didn't say I bet you assholes my paycheck. As I always do for Monday nights, we are talking about relationships. And, you know, we like to play music during breaks. So I have relationship struggle-ish songs.
Play the bitch came back. I dare you.
Yeah.
I dare you.
Hey, now, hey.
Well, I
Ah,
mean,
listen.
that's another show and another topic of conversation. No, you know, some people might say they're not like super whiny or anything like that, but they are what they are. Oh, hello, Alyssa. Let's go ahead and first one here, just because I was talking about her the other day, and this song was one of the first things that popped into my head when I decided to talk about relationships and the struggle of relationships. But Pink with Just Give Me a Reason. And we'll be back here in a few minutes.
Wow.
Right from the start, you were a thief, you stole my heart, and I, your willing victim. I let you see the parts of me that weren't all that pretty, and with every touch you fixed them. Now you've been talking in your sleep, oh, things you never say to me. Oh, tell me that you've had enough of our love, Just give me a reason, just a little bit's enough. Just a second, we're not broken, just bent, and we can learn to love again. It's in the stars, it's been
Pink with Just Give Me a Reason. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. It is Monday night. Welcome to Men Caring for Men. We got ourselves a full fucking panel hanging out tonight. You guys know me. I'm Glick. We got Connor with the hard in the building. Jeff, surprisingly. Wow, it's a Monday night and Jeff's here.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I figured I'd grace you with my presence.
We were just talking about your ass drooling.
Oh, I know. I could feel it. My ears were burning.
Yeah.
and by the way, fuck all of you.
Grace us with your presence. It's like a bad herpes flare up every time you show up.
I can leave.
We got Jaravici in the building. You guys know. Brian's hanging out with us. I don't know what the hell he's calling himself tonight. I guess he's a fried rice enthusiast. I don't know what the hell's going on in his
You
world.
can read. I'm surprised.
Wookie knows how to read.
Enthusiast. Did you learn that word yesterday?
Big word.
It was on my word of the day calendar. Thank you very much.
You are
Hey, we
welcome
got-
for me getting you that.
Hey, we got the man Rick in the building hanging out with us. We are talking about relationships and whatnot, and the struggles of being in relationships and the trials and tribulations, and really going through the storm and hopefully coming out on the other end better for it. Or whether you, as a couple, you come through better, or at the end of the day, you go your separate ways. It doesn't always work out. Unfortunately, if relationships were easy, none of us would have a failed relationship story to share. If you guys would like to, we would love it if you check us out on all social media. Give us a follow, give us a share. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. We do the show Monday on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch around 7 p.m.-ish. And you can listen to us anywhere, any place, wherever you listen to podcasts at. It is Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast or at bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. Yes, the show is called Men Caring for Men, but it is under the Nonsensical Network umbrella, so to say. So we have a few different shows that you can find all right there at that location. Bio link. Give us a follow, give us a share if you'd be so kind.
And you also said tribulations. Bravo, good sir.
He's got a kid's thesaurus on his
I got a
nightstand.
dictionary and a thesaurus. I need to sound smart for Monday nights, by the way.
It's a K through 5 thesaurus. Don't get excited.
He's getting into triple syllables. I'm impressed.
Before we jump back into the conversation about relationships and stuff, is it all right? Is it all right now that we got new guys on the panel, Connor? Is it all right?
Chris, I'm sorry. So Nick, this is the point in the show where we would then let our co-hosts who just joined us after the break, right before the break, that's where we would start to talk with them.
Okay, so I can check on them. I can see how their week's going. How their week is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And kind of start moving into it that way.
Okay. So I'll start.
I
I'll start
see
with
we have an
Brian.
expert. I see.
Yeah, I want to start with Brian.
I don't want to step on the toes of the champ.
Yeah,
But
I'll start with Brian here. So I want to start the show every week, or as guys join us, I do want to start the show every week, doing a little check-in. Obviously, how was your week last week? How's your week going so far? I know it's only Monday, so we're only one day in.
It is going splendidly well. Apparently, beautiful, cloudy. I mean, not cloudy. It was earlier this morning, but clear skies, sunny at 65 degrees, slight breeze. Perfect. Could not ask for more.
Short, sweet, and to the point.
I hope a hobo nothing
I like
Cheerios
tea.
tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Jeff. Just like you. I'll get to you in a minute. Calm down, sir. Richard, are you with us? You gotta unmute your mic, buddy. There
No,
you
you muted my mic during the fucking music, not me.
No,
It
it
said
means
host
automatic.
muted.
Auto does that.
It means automatic.
Oh, okay. It said host muted you, so I was like, I'll just shut the fuck up till it's my
Yeah, no,
turn.
it happens automatically when we play music and play clips and stuff like that, and then it automatically unmutes when the music and everything ends.
Apparently, it does not automatically unmute me. I had to touch the button.
Well, maybe because you muted yourself.
Maybe it's a sign.
Maybe you know.
There's a volume. Here, I'll turn the volume up for you so you can hear better.
Yeah. So how was your
Yeah.
week? How was your week last week? How you doing, man? How's life treating you?
I mean, last week I had the kids all week long, so they were supposed to be with me until Wednesday, and they text their mother, unbeknownst to me, on Tuesday and said, "Hey, can we stay with Dad until Friday?" And that was sprung on me on Wednesday, and I'm sure that burned her ass something nasty because apparently she took Thursday and Friday off, and the kids were still at my house, which is, with you talking about relationships, that is my ex-wife. And it doesn't hurt my feelings that she lost out on 2 days hanging out with kids and 2 days of work at the same time due to circumstances beyond my control. So, but today, directions unclear, dick stuck in blender, send help. It was a day. I mean, it was a day. So.
Nice. And Jeffrey.
Who, me?
How was your week last week? How was the rest of your weekend? How you doing, man? Basically, I'm just checking in. I want to check in on my guys. I want to check in and make sure you guys are doing all right. There's kind of gives you guys
22 on the 26th.
I have nothing really major to report. Work's good, life's good. 75 and sunny.
Nice.
That's about it. It's always 75 and sunny here. Yeah, that's a shit day here. But yeah, nothing
In
major to
Mexico.
report.
In Mexico,
Yeah,
by the way.
I can't
Yeah.
fucking stage you, Connor.
The 75 and sunny in Mexico.
Yeah.
It was 70 and sunny today here in Ohio. It was fucking.
I was
gorgeous.
about to ask you about the weather. I know you had
70
snow
degrees.
the other day,
Yeah, it
and
was
I was curious.
65 on Friday, 4 inches of snow on Saturday, 50 something on Sunday, and almost 70 today. It was gorgeous. But anyways, so we're having a conversation that we're talking, relationships.
Okay.
Obviously, every relationship comes with a struggle. It comes with its difficulties. We've kind of touched on intimacy. We've kind of touched on, obviously, sex is an important core of any good relationship. We kind of touched on infidelity, trust issues, keeping secrets, kind of stuff like that. And the word of the day is communicate or communication. Anytime anybody says it, you have to drink. That goes for our listening audience as well. So prepared to get fucked up, everybody. But no, obviously that
It's
is
about your mental health and being an alcoholic.
I was going to say, because that is stellar for your mental health. Just drink until you can't feel.
That's
No,
my philosophy.
Obviously we all know, and like I said, it's going to come up. We're going to sound like parents, but communication when it comes to a relationship. And I added the caveat in there that, communication isn't always spoken. Sometimes it's our actions. Actions speak way louder than words at the end of the day.
100%.
However, these are common issues that people see in relationships. And as we kind of touch on them, just kind of going around and letting everybody kind of take a couple minutes and share anything, add their 2 cents or share personal stuff or whatever. But I've noticed in relationships, not just my relationships, but in relationships in general, obviously financial issues, money, lack of said money, or
what can be spent on what and what we can't have versus what we want.
Exactly. Good, Rick.
There's a reason why I don't have a 3D printer right now.
I want to touch on something before you guys go further with the money in that relationship. Something to keep in mind that I feel like was going to be lost had I not spoke up about it. The relationships that revolve around communication are not only love; they are the relationships with your friends, your boss, your children, especially those of us with teenage kids, knowing, I just literally, and I told you about it before I sent you a quick snap. Dr. Phil was on my TV, funny enough. He did a Rogan on the 19th. And one of the things that he just said was about kids nowadays, especially, is when you get the chance to go out to dinner with your family or something like that, have them put the phones away. And He said, talk to them about nothing. Talk to them about stuff that doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, opening that channel of communication about things that don't matter allows that channel to remain open when things that do matter become pressing issues and need to be discussed. They need to know. And that goes the same with your boss. If you have that kind of, like, I work for a very small company. My boss was a friend of mine before he was my boss. And he hates when I call him boss because he's not. He's like, I'm a coworker, I'm a friend. That's how it is. So it's not just in the romantic love life, significant other aspect of communication with relationships. You have relationships everywhere that a lot of people don't think. They kind of take a back burner when you get into girlfriends, wives, affairs, significant others, whatever it may be for that particular person.
No, exactly. That was we kind of made a little side note at the beginning of the show. Like, yeah, we're as far as tonight goes, we're talking about relationships with significant others. But a lot of this conversation can be, like you just said, it can be, and I said it, can be applied to, friendships and family and stuff like that as well. Obviously, some things aren't unless you're from Alabama or you're an Alabama fan. Then, yes, intimacy and stuff like that can be applied to your family relationship.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Have as much sex as you can with your boss.
Yes.
And I don't know where everybody stands on this, but also there may be listeners that follow a different path, but that includes your spiritual relationships too. If you're a believer in God and you have a relationship with God, hey, talking to yourself is not always talking to yourself. Some of my best, deepest conversations I've had sitting on the tailgate of my truck with a 6-pack by myself.
Yeah.
Just having a conversation with nobody there to listen or respond. Just me talking to what at the time seemed like a beer bottle, but it turned out to be a lot more the next day when I got to thinking back about it. So, it's not, I don't know where everybody stands. I don't care about everybody's religious beliefs or spiritual beliefs, but there are so many aspects of the word relationship that a lot of people don't put in.
There is something to be said about putting stuff out into the universe as well.
Yeah, I mean,
even if you don't have a relationship with a God per se, like putting stuff out there in the universe just to, and this is something Chris and I did the other day, just calling each other up and getting shit off your chest. The other person doesn't need to respond, just like, damn, that sucks. That's it. Yep. That's all I needed to hear. That's all I wanted to hear. I just needed somebody that I could vent and not have to worry about what they say.
I have literally sent text messages that have started out with, hey, I don't need you to respond, but can I bitch for a second?
Yep.
And they're like, absolutely. And then when I'm done, it'll be an hour. And then I'll get a response and they'll say, so I've thought about what you said. Can I reply now? And at that point, everything's kind of calmed down in my mind for whatever I was pissed off about. So then it's like, okay, I will take the constructive criticism or advice because you don't know what path somebody else may have walked. Their advice might be something you've never heard before. But when you're heated, it could just seem like an opinionated deal and you don't want to hear it.
Well, sometimes you don't want a response. You just want somebody to be like, I feel you, brother. I get it.
You just want a sounding board at the end of the day. Agreed, Hoodie. Agreed, Hoodie. A lot of geniuses talk to themselves. So agreed. I think
smartest man on the planet because he's
But they spelled there correctly.
we're not here to be grammar police.
Jesus Christ.
As long as they get their point across and I know what they mean, I'm not going to bust their balls about their grammar.
Right. No, I agree because I can't spell my own name.
If you wanted to go into grammatically correct, it would be a lot of geniuses speak to themselves, not their selves.
Yeah,
but
Connor's going to a hard R on that one.
Yeah, I hate when I'm listening to a live podcast and somebody comments something and then they're like, well, actually, it should be spelled this way. And it's like, shut the fuck up and just keep talking. You sound like a pretentious douche.
100%.
I am.
I'm not going to embarrass anybody because I know I got fat fingers and I don't always, type out things or my brain thinks faster than my fingers type.
My fingers can type.
Yeah, so
funny enough, prior to typing it, it was your brain's interpretation of how it was spoken to you.
No,
well, it's not only that. Like fat fingers, man. I type all day long, and I literally, I'll put out a word and go to hit O and hit a 9.
So what I'm saying is, prior to typing that out, and this is going to lead into something, prior to typing out the wrong there, if they would have looked at you and said, a lot of geniuses talk to themselves, your brain would have processed the correct there as they
Agreed.
verbally said it. However, now that we've resorted to text messages, instant messages, emails, and technology to
I know.
convey how we're
You wish you
feeling
would
at
have
the
paid more
moment.
attention in grammar school. I know.
Not just that, but we've gone into allowing technology in our relationships and in our everyday lives that has, since 2008 and 2009, with the drop of the smartphone, drastically changed the dynamic of every relationship you have in this
100%.
world. You know, you don't, now you
Yeah,
have the
because everything
opportunity
you
to be the
said, there's
grammar police.
receipts.
Now you have the ability to be the grammar police. Prior, your brain processed it exactly the way they meant it. They just may not have spelled it right, but it was verbalized instead of typed. And that goes back to what I was saying about technology and phones and such affecting relationships. The statistics that I heard today were absolutely appalling, and this steps out of the love relationship and into the friendship relationship, that 180% of teenagers, current teenagers, suffer from depression, anxiety, loneliness, or suicidal thoughts. The percentage is up 180% from 2007 to now, because kids have become more involved in watching someone else live their life than living their own lives.
Agreed.
And that goes to technology affecting your relationships. These children are lonely. They spend all this time by themselves. They don't have the friendship and the camaraderie and the relationships that we have grown up knowing so nonchalantly and taken for granted, as now they collapse in front of our faces with the introduction of more technology. And now you have AI to compete with you too, which will act in any way you want it to, so you can get a yes man on the other end of the phone.
Well, not only that, you could, like, even Snapchat has an AI where you can literally throw in something and it'll respond back. And there's ads all the time for like AI girlfriends and stuff like that. You're like, fuck it. And I just saw a woman in where the fuck was she? In Australia or something. She married her AI boyfriend.
Yeah, it's taken the physicality out of any form of relationship, be it a romantic, be it a friendship, be it anything. You know, even those that have taken jobs where they work remotely from home now, you don't have the coworker relationship anymore. I bet you if you walked into your office and everybody else had to show up the same day, I bet you 80% of the people that work there now, you don't even know prior to COVID or prior to going
100%.
remote all the time.
100%.
And that's, you know, that's where technology has done dramatic things to the relationship aspect of life, and to the mental health, like you're focusing on today. You know, like I said, I heard the statistics, 129 up 129% is pre-teenage suicide. Preteen suicide up 129% since the introduction of the smartphone. Like, it goes to what we said Saturday night. Everybody can just get the next best thing, just that simple. Yep. It's like going to Walmart and you don't like the boyfriend you have or the girlfriend you have. You can go to Walmart and pick a brand new one off the shelf that's a little bit more your style. And when it turns out to not be, because people are ever changing and ever evolving, or devolving in this case, you can go get another one.
Yep. I prefer JCPenney, but I see what you're going.
Well, they're going out of business, so we see why you're lonely.
I like them JCPenney girls. I like them JCPenney girls. They're just
you end up hanging out with Pamela and her 5 friends because Penny's going out of business.
Yeah, right. No, exactly. You know, but you know, like I said, you know, with tonight's conversation, you know, obviously, you know, our family and friend dynamics, as far as those relationships go, they're suffering as well. You know, tonight we're focused more, like I said, on the love relationship, the relationships with your significant others and stuff like that. Not to get too far off track and go too far left or center, but you know, and technology, cell phones, as Rick said, yeah, I mean that's also played a huge part in relationships. Whether it's you know, and you know, I know Rick and I have been down this road, you know, relationships created online, relationships with significant others, quote unquote, created online, and long distance relationships. I feel like there's an uptick in those, but at the same time, when you don't have the option of being to, you know,
You're not going out to the bar like you did 20 years ago to meet.
Well,
your
no, but I
significant
mean,
other.
but you're not really
to
getting
use
the
Chris
opportunity
as an
to do that.
example. Not to use Chris as an example, but it's a perfect example. Chris's last 3 relationships, the closest one to him was like 3 hours away.
Well, 2, but
I
Well,
mean, we
whatever,
can.
6 more.
And so here's a tidbit for you, Jeff, that you don't know about me. My now ex-wife I met on Facebook years ago and moved from New York to Florida. Relocated across the country for her to have 2 children, get married, and then end up divorced 5 years later.
yeah. You know,
Dang.
but you know, you know that those internet relationships, you know, to touch on that, always looking for the next best thing. You know, you don't get to put the actual physical time and effort that you need to in a relationship when it's a long distance relationship. You know,
Yeah, you can literally ignore text for days.
Yep. Turn your read receipts off. Don't open your Snapchats, whatever.
Yeah.
It's easy to dance around it. My last 3 relationships prior to the one I'm in now, that's 2+ years strong, all failed and was found out failing because of the cell phone, because of Facebook Messenger, Snapchat, TikTok. I found out in my last 3 that I was being cheated on via Facebook Messenger or Snapchat.
yeah. So yeah, exactly. I mean, I've been there and done that, and you know, thank God I'm not dealing with that anymore. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
you know, when it comes to when you and Rick mentioned, you know, being married. When it comes to getting married, I think if you're ready to take that plunge, and Chris, I know you're there, you want to marry your best friend. You know, your significant other should be someone you consider your best friend. And I tried to marry my best friend, but every time I do, Nikki gets all pissed off. You know,
I already divorced you once, man. I divorced you, put you in a crate, and I mailed you to Mexico.
yes, but still my best friend. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, that's true, but still.
Love me, Chris. No, but I'm like,
to grow a little more on what Jeff just said, I was taught growing up that you build your best relationship based off of a friendship first, because the foundation of a
100%.
friendship is the firmest foundation you can build a relationship from.
yeah.
And I think Connor, I hope everything's all right, buddy.
I don't know.
I was
He
just-
just fucking
I was gonna
disappeared. I just noticed
I
it.
was just going to say it's the 2 guys who are married on this show. I was going to ask them. I guess I'll ask you, Jarvis.
Oh fuck! Here we go.
Do you
That's
do
a
you feel,
kidnapping.
do you feel like, you know, Alyssa, plug your ears, I guess. do you feel like you know, you guys have been married a year, you've been together 7 years, so you had 6 years together before you got married. Do you feel like you married your best friend, or is that, you know,
Or even
They-
vice
oh.
versa.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
Lightly, she's got the rolling pin.
yeah, I know.
She said, nah.
The funniest thing about it, and like Ross
She's got
said, you know,
meatloaf to make.
no. Like Ross said, you know, it used to be don't meet anyone online. And that's how me and my wife met. Through Meet Me or My Yearbook, whatever the fuck site it's called now. And it's just, I never thought, you know, I would have found a girl that likes video games.
hey, there's
That's
a lot of
great.
them out there.
Yeah, there's a ton
yeah,
of
there's
them.
a
I'm finding out.
I grew up in southern Canada. also known as Minnesota. So you know,
Minnesota, eh?
Ah, gee golly,
Yeah,
don't you
we're
know?
surprised you found a person, let alone.
I dude, trust me, Jeff.
You
My
are not
last
wrong.
yeah, my last relationship before I met Alyssa, she's like, "You're gonna die alone," and I'm like, "Thank God." And
So
then I
that's
met
what moo
Alyssa.
translated to?
Yeah.
Moo
I thought that,
translated to
Rick.
you're
I
gonna
mean,
die
I thought that,
alone?
Rick. Yes, I like
Well,
it.
I mean, there was like this one couple I heard arguing not too long ago, and the woman said, "I'm tired of you. Get out. Go rotten. Go to hell." And so the husband turns around and says, "So you want me to stay?"
Yeah. But see, that right there, that was a breakdown in an argument where he was able to thwart the argument and it turned into most likely a laughing situation.
Oh, guaranteed.
You would hope
Yeah,
it
kinda.
wasn't a murder.
Yeah, you kind of calm the situation without
Exactly.
without dropping the world's most famous last words of "calm down."
Well, fuck you. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah. As
Why
somebody
are you
who's been
so
married,
mad?
as somebody who's been with somebody for 14 years, married for well over 10, never say calm down.
You just say
It
enhance your
never
calm.
goes well. It never goes well. However, I did adopt the Ryan Reynolds thing once, and I almost died when I did it. She said, "I'm so angry," and I threw a blanket on her back and I said, "Now you're super angry." I
Yeah.
almost died.
You need
Yeah.
a cape so you can be Superman.
Oh, she was pissed, and then she laughed. But the beauty of being with somebody for so long. Oh my God! I don't have battery. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's technology is great in so many ways, but it really has relationships between a man and woman, or a man and a man, or woman and a woman, or whatever the hell your situation is.
Yeah, whatever it is.
That has really
Damn.
caused a lot of problems and issues, and it's not necessarily, and it's not always. And I'm guilty of this, and I have to be more mindful of this, and I understand that, and I try to be, but sometimes, and like I tried to explain to Nikki, I don't do it on purpose, and a lot of times I don't realize that I'm doing it, because whether it be ADHD or ADD or just the fact that I'm always fidgeting, I don't realize that we'll be watching a movie or we'll be watching TV, and I'm paying attention 100%. I can tell you everything that's going on. I can tell you, but I pick up my phone and I start playing a game.
352 times a day on average.
Yeah.
That's how many times the average person checks their phone a day. 352 times a day.
I am below average then, because my kids steal my phone as soon as they wake up.
Well, there's that. But it's not always just you're looking for the next best thing, because I ain't doing shit. I'm playing fucking Monopoly or
you're watching TikTok, or Reels.
I generally don't watch.
YouTube.
No, I don't watch TikTok and Reels and stuff like that when we're watching TV or we're watching a movie or something like that. I don't do that. That's when I go to the bathroom and I sit in there until my legs fall asleep and I get to feel what Stephen Hawkins felt like.
I did that earlier
I
when I was
don't
playing
actually
golf.
watch
Class.
That's a low blow.
Christopher Reeves.
Oh,
Oh,
That's
no,
not any
that's,
better.
That's not any better.
that's still too
I
good.
mean, they are low. They're stuck in a chair.
Pistorius.
Both of them are dead.
Wow.
What'd you say, Glick? Oscar
Oscar
Pistorius?
Pistorius. Oscar Pistorius. I mean, the guy has no legs.
I don't know.
I might as well just say, yeah. It goes like the stranger. It gets so numb.
Yeah. Technology it does create problems in relationships, and it's a huge downfall at the end of the day, because especially nowadays, Jeff, you can say whatever you want. I know you're going to try to argue this fact, but it is what it is. We are slaves to technology, whether it be our
100%.
computers or our TVs or our cell phones or our video games or whatever.
And
No, in all seriousness,
also,
you want to blow your mind. Turn your power off for like 3 hours. Watch your kids' heads explode.
oh yeah. But I mean,
What were you
but also too with social media and relationships. And to quote the great Theodore Roosevelt, comparison is the greatest thief of joy. So when you and your old lady, you're like, hey, I got us a weekend in Austin. Oh, Austin. Well, Jeff and his wife, they're in
Ass.
Cancun enjoying a tan. Or, oh, Rick and his wife, they're out there on the beach hanging out by the lake. And we're going to Austin.
We're going to address
That
two things
comparison?
on that.
Or
Number
better
one,
yet,
I'm never getting married
Steven
again.
is
Yeah.
Steven's making meatloaf and we're having pork chops.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah, I love some pork chops, man.
It's that keeping up with
It's like-
the keeping
yeah.
up with the Joneses.
But it's
Don't
also,
ever
it's also
say never
apparent.
either, Rick.
It's-
my
it's also-
but-
ex-wife used to say this all the time. Facebook is everyone's highlight reel. You don't
Agreed.
see. You
You
don't see
the arguments
the
about
behind the
fucking.
scenes.
You
don't
spend
see
an
the
extra
hard
$2
times.
on what?
You don't see the hard. You stopped at the gas station and bought a pack of cigarettes and a soda, and it was $12 when you have cigarettes at the house and we have soda here. Yeah, but I ran out while I was out there. It doesn't matter. You spent $12 and we're on a tight budget. They don't see that. That's not broadcast on the interwebs for the world to see.
That's a 4-hour argument right there, Rick. I've been there.
I mean,
Well,
maybe
and-
for you.
And that's exactly what I said at the beginning of the show tonight. You know, unfortunately, as far as relationships go, a lot of people get this mindset of, oh, so and so are in a perfect relationship because we only see what they post online.
Correct.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I think I'm guilty of that as well, of seeing people, not to put anything out there, but I saw Chris and Nikki's picture the other day. I was like, well, they must have nothing to ever argue about. And then Chris called me on Wednesday, and I was like, well, I guess I was wrong.
So
Because Chris did something stupid, and he breathed wrong, and that's generally the thing. I've literally gotten in trouble for breathing wrong.
so
My
on
wife
top
yells
of
at me
that,
if I when you eat cereal and God forbid your spoon touches the
slurp your
bowl.
milk.
No, not even slurping, scraping your bowl with the spoon. She will tear your fucking head off.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
Damn.
to go kind of along with what Brian said, the comparison is the thief of joy, or however it was you phrased it. My brain is cooked.
Comparison is the biggest thief of joy.
Okay, so also when you're putting your life like that on the Book of Faces, you are, or any social media for that matter, you are opening the door for those who see what you've got and see the good parts of what you got to compare it to the bad parts of what they have, and to step in and try to get what you've got. Now, and I say that referencing Glick, we've been friends on Facebook since I was on TikTok, and you still had no clue that I've been in a steady live-in relationship for 2+ years, because I refuse to allow social media to influence my relationship by putting it all over there. That was what happened with one of my last ones. It was put on there how happy we were. One of her exes saw it, reached back out to her. Simple conversation starter. Hey, I'm happy for you, blah, blah, blah. Conversation moved into day 2. Day 4, she was cheating on me.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Nikki and I post pictures of each
So
other.
you're saying I should send Chris a message? I'm happy for you. Maybe
Absolutely.
he'll come back to me.
Absolutely.
See you in the morning.
Most
Is that how
definitely.
easy
See, that's
that
why
is?
I learned that the hard way. If you're in a relationship, stay off of social media. Don't comment. Don't like. Just delete. Just delete
Well,
the
you
app
don't have
off
to
your
delete
phone.
it.
So that way, no. I mean,
No, but-
take the app off your phone so there's no temptation to look.
But at the same time, and it's, I'm not playing devil's advocate. I'm just putting it out there at the same time. Nikki and I, we post pictures of each other. I don't post a lot. I don't post a lot of TikToks of her and I. However, the people who know me, the people that follow me, they know that I have boundaries. They know I have limits, and they also know what they can and can't do. And a lot of times, if and it hasn't happened since Nikki and I have been together, but in previous relationships, somebody starts to act a certain type of way. I'm like, nope, it's time for you to go. So
Yeah, you got to learn to be able to shut it down.
it's just as much on the other person. An ex can slide in, but it's just as much on that person that you're with. If they don't nip it in the bud real quick right off the bat, or a new person, or whatever the case may be, And I got to, I'll give all my followers on social media. I got to give you guys a huge shout out, especially the females. Thank you guys for being respectful when I'm in a relationship. Now, when I'm not in a relationship, do they act a certain type of way? Yeah, damn right they do. But
oh yeah, look at us on TikTok when we used to be single on TikTok.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
so what Brian just said about removing it from your phone and all that. That line you just towed right there is about that thick, bro. Because if you just disappear from social media, and I did this in probably the most toxic relationship that I was ever involved in, that literally led me to having to break myself down to build the other person up because I could not get rid of her. Every time I threatened to throw her out, she would literally threaten to off herself in front of my children. Like it was this, I was literally trapped for 18 months in this relationship. So I disappeared from social media, and every single person that I had before I left was not there when I came back because they all figured I left due to being controlled, due to being under control and being told I couldn't do this and I couldn't do that. So it's a very, very thin line that you have to be. You can have it, but you have to be grown and mature enough to know how to set those boundaries. And that was something
you have to self-police yourself.
Yes. That was something I had to do with my Snapchat. I had to remove a shit ton of people off my Snapchat when I got into a relationship because people didn't respect it, and I was refusing to allow them to overstep that boundary. If you can't show me the respect, then I don't. If that's what you're willing to disrespect me about, what else are you willing to be disrespectful to me about?
Exactly. But also to your point, like you said, you and I mean, like right now, I don't know how long it's been going on. Rick and I, we talk almost every day, even if it's something stupid like fucking goddamn, it's pouring down rain down there where he's at, and he's got to drive through a fucking lake. But we talk every day. We used to be like that before in the past, and then he just kind of fell off. And I'm like, well, apparently I shit in Rick's Wheaties, so I guess I'll chalk another one up to, being mad at me for whatever reason. And then all of a sudden he randomly popped back up, and we started chit-chatting, and then he was like, oh yeah, by the way, and this is even after a month or two of us talking. I'm like, oh, well, that explains everything.
Well, I told you the reason that I had to step away was because there was an outside influence on your side that you were getting. What was that white girl, whatever you called it? With
single white female.
Yeah, you were getting single white females, and I know that my name, because when he tried to single white female me, my name was being dragged through the mud. I don't have time to sit and defend myself. I have better things to do in my life than defend myself from somebody on the internet who's trying to drag my name through the mud. A lot bigger, better, and badder have tried and have failed miserably. So I just stepped the fuck back and was like, you know what? I don't need to put that effort into that. I have other things to focus on.
You can ask Jeff. I don't give a fuck if people don't like me. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm just. But
what I'm saying is, I know that my name was being drugged through the mud.
Oh yeah, well I know. Yeah, like I know my name, and I know this show, and I know my other shows, and I know people who associate with me because of this show. We're being drugged. I don't have time for it. I'm not gonna. Will I make fun of them? Hell yeah, I'll make fun of them all day long. But I'm not gonna defend myself. I'm not gonna sit here and let you put me on a stand and try to, persecute me or anything else. Do what you're gonna do. I'm gonna make fun of you, and I'm gonna have a laugh at it, because at the end of the day, there's an old saying: "What's done in the dark will always come out in the light."
Yep. But to digress back to the relationships, who's to say if I didn't have that relationship, put in my relationship that I'm currently in on TikTok, who's to say that the person that's single white female us wasn't going to stick their nose into the relationship that I'm in right now and drag my name and my past prior life or my past prior 2 years through into that situation and put me in a spot where, like I said a while ago, people change, people evolve, people grow. And it, oftentimes it's for the better, sometimes it's not. But, the person that I was, I'll say 3 years ago, 4 years ago when I met you, Glick, is not the person that I am today, not by any stretch of the imagination.
None of us are. I mean, I've known Brian for I don't know, about a year and a half, something like that now.
About 2.
maybe 2 years. Brian's not the same guy that I met 2 years ago, live streaming. Steph is sure as hell not the same guy that I met 25, almost 26 years ago. Jeff is not that guy anymore. Hell, Jeff's not the guy that he was 3 years ago when we started this podcast. At the end of the day,
I feel like Jarvis has always been a sweatpants under the blanket kind of kid. So he's probably the same kid he was when he was 4.
That are always taking me Lucky Charms
as he sits there under a blanket like a little girl.
Yeah. No,
if I see that blanket start bouncing, I gotta go.
Oh, don't worry, Jeff. It's all because of the Ponzi scheme, buddy.
Yeah, I had that issue with social media, not too long ago with the previous ex, where, it almost kind of tiptoed into that line of controlling, because, even doing this show, and we used to have a lot more female listeners, and they would be in the chat and stuff like that, and just because they would conversate with the show and engage with the show after the show, I was spending an hour, 2 hours explaining myself, like, I don't fucking know. Like, why am I getting a third degree here? Why am I getting interrogated when I host a fucking podcast? I do a fucking live podcast. I have no control who comes in, who doesn't come in, who engages, and to the point where, and it hurt the show, because during that time I was like, I'm not going to be on social media, because I'm not going to subject myself to this. I'm not even going to promote the show, because I'm not going to subject myself to the constant interrogation. Meanwhile, the same person was all over, social media, following all these, weird guys and liking all their shit on it. And it's just like, hey, like, all I'm doing is hosting a podcast and interacting with our followers, with our viewers. I'm not following or allowing these people to follow me with a private account and not knowing, what's going, so it was just like one of those things where it was like, all right.
But that goes back to even when we were used to live stream on TikTok. How many times did somebody that followed us and was religiously around in our lives, get angry or butthurt, and we would catch messages on the side because we were having an attentive conversation with somebody else in that particular dude. It used to be a daily occurrence with me, and that was why I had to keep my tablet right next to me while I was on my phone, because I had to answer the influx of messages of why are you ignoring me? Why aren't you paying attention to me? Well, I'm entertaining. There's 31 people in here right now that I'm trying to have conversations with, and you want to think that because I was talking with you the most 2 lives ago that you're going to hold my attention through everything? Like, that's not how that goes. And if you were chasing something more than just being in my life, and even considered the thought of trying to pursue any sort of a relationship down the road with me, this is not a great start for you on your end,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, again, that is, social media and technology, it really does. It plays such a huge part in our relationships and day-to-day lives and whatnot. But it especially affects our relationships, and we have to. And that's what I said. Shout out to the followers, and shout out to my personal followers and stuff like that in particular, because I made it very clear a long time ago. Look, if I'm in a relationship, this is who you get. If I'm single, it's another story. But in order for you to even still be a part of anything I'm doing, you got to be respectful. You got to respect my boundaries, because if you can't, I'll get rid of you, because I don't know you like that. I don't know you like that. And I don't owe you shit. At the end of the day, you're not gonna interfere with my relationship.
What are the 3 F's about it? You're not feeding me, financing me, or fucking me, so you don't get a say.
Yeah, exactly. But also at the same time, like I said, it is a two-way street, unfortunately, and it's just as much on your partner to do the same for you, because if they're on social media,
you got to have a balance.
There has to be.
Yeah, 100%. But not only social media, and Jarvis, I know you're going to, Jarvis, get ready, because I know he's going to speak on this. Not only social media causing problems in your relationship, but real life, friends, in-laws, family.
Meddling prevents that. Communicate.
I think it's safe to say,
no, it doesn't.
Who have been in relationships I know my ex-wife, her at the beginning of our relationship, my in-laws, they could not stand me. They did not like me. I was poor white trash. I couldn't do this. I couldn't do that. I wasn't good enough. Yeah, exactly.
Bro, you're still poor white trash. You're just a little bit less poor than you was.
Yeah, I got a little bit more money, so I'm not like poor. You know,
you're a little less poor than you was, but you still
Upper
poor
middle
white
class
trash.
white trash.
Yeah, I'm still white, but it took many fucking years for me to get them to accept me and for them to stop fucking meddling in my relationship and in my marriage and get to the point where I finally stood up for myself and I put my fucking foot down. Nobody liked it at first, but then they realized, like, you know, you've portrayed me as this image that I'm not at the end of the day, and even to the point where when my ex-wife and I were splitting up and whatnot, the initial story that they were told, I was put back into that shit place again, to where at that point I was so broken and so fucked up that I just didn't care. I was like, look, at the end of the day, she left me. I don't care what you fucking people think. I don't give a damn what you fucking people say, because again, as I said earlier, what's done in the dark will come out in the light. And when the truth actually started to come out, they had to come apologize to me.
There's some instances where you do have to listen to it though, because like in my case with that crazy with the real toxic one that I was in, and we'll just reference that one as M. When I was with M, my entire family saw it different and was trying the entire time to tell me, hey, this is wrong. This is not how this should be. You're not doing what you should be doing. That's not how a relationship works. And I was so trapped and torn in what was right and what was wrong that at the end of the day, looking at it now, I made the wrong decision and I cut my family off. And when it was all said and done, they were the only ones still there for me. You know, so you have to, it's a
slippery slope at the end.
It is. It's like balancing on the tip of a rooftop. You know, you have to hear all sides, but you only have to listen to certain parts, you know, but that's where you have to take it for what it is at face value and read into it however you so choose. And the fact that Glick said that you would be chiming in, I'm speculating that you had a very similar situation with, I'm going to speculate, your significant other's family sticking their nose where it didn't belong.
Oh, more than one time. But at the end of the day, it's like, I finally just told her mother, I'm like, hey, we're both fucking adults.
Yeah, but at the same time, she had to do that too.
Well, yeah. Honestly, to be honest, well, yeah. But to be honest, like Glick asked me about it a couple of times, and I finally had to say a week before I married my wife, I said, okay, here's the thing, Kathy, which is my mother-in-law's name. I said, you're not going to run my fucking life.
Yeah.
I said, I hate to break it to you, but I said, I'm going to do things that are going to piss you off. I said, I know you don't like that I do my podcast, but I said, it's my fucking business. I make sure that your daughter does not want. I make sure that your daughter, you know, is okay. I've never sent Alyssa home crying or with a black eye or anything. And I just told Kathy, I said, you need to back off and let us live our life. And I said, if we need your help, give us advice. But I said, until then, I said, I don't want to hear it. Because I had been dealing with it and I'm still am. But at the same time, like Rick said, you know, you just pick the parts you want to hear eventually.
No. See, I was just about to correct that statement, and then you said it for me, so it led in perfectly. You hear everything. You listen to what you need to.
Yeah. So in my head, it's like my mother-in-law is telling me right in front of my wife how much of a bad guy I am, but in my head, I'm making it sound like I'm the greatest guy I've been the only guy she's ever been with.
You know, and Brian, you touched
really low.
Brian,
she settled. I reached.
Brian, you touched on dating, you know, and I know Glick said Saturday night that you've basically, you know, it appears you've basically written it off at this point, and it's kind of like you know, I get I get why you could be where you are, because I said, you know, up until 2 years ago, I was in that dating pool, and I've always likened it to a 400-pound fat man with a mustard stained wife beater standing on the edge of the deep end, pissing right in front of the jet that goes into the pool.
No, I mean,
dating pool's terrible.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm pretty much open minded, and I know that we, you know, on both sides, like everybody's gone through everything. I'm just at that point in my life where I just don't want any headache, and the fact that I don't want, and I understand, you know, for everybody to be compatible. I mean, you gotta. I mean, it's a give and take. I get that, but I'm just at the point of like, if you're gonna get piping mad off the little minuscule thing, I'm gonna shut it down and be like, nope, I'm out. Because it's just like I could bend, but I won't break.
And you don't have to.
And I can negotiate. I can be the
There's
middle.
always things you have to compromise on. A relationship works on compromise.
And I know, like, with the whole social media, what I was going to get at with the social media is like it's a double-edged sword, because I would have to y'all's point, like I would have to police myself, because there's like a lot of, like, when I had Facebook and I was in, like, with my last relationship that I had, there was like women on there who I've known for years before I met her. And I just put a like and I just commented, I'm like, oh, that looks really cool on you. And because I said that, never heard the end of it. So now that's what I'm like, man. So then I told my best friend about it. He goes, yeah. He goes, you just don't do nothing. You just look and keep scrolling.
You can look at the menu, but don't order nothing or ask.
Yeah. And then another relationship years before that. This was when I realized that she's like pretty much was bipolar, because everything was sugar coated, but then when it became official, then it was like the true colors started coming out. So if we had like if I told her no on something, like, hey, I'm not cool with that, she would put me on blast on Facebook. And we have like a lot of mutual friends that we went to high school with or we used to work with. So when she's putting me on blast, and the thing was, she goes, yeah. So she goes, now you're looking at it as an asshole. And I'm going, and I'm like looking at the comments, because, you know, we're shared, because it was like, oh, Brian's in a relationship with Kelly. And then on Kelly's page, she's in a relationship with Brian. But when people know, and people that know me very well, they'll look at her and be like, you're psychotic. They're like,
You had a classic textbook narcissist on your hands.
Yeah. So
from a psych major in school, you had a textbook narcissist on your hands.
Yeah, and the thing was, and like any little thing, like if we had a slight disagreement, oh, it was like a Dear Diary. And one time we were sitting and that's why I was saying, like, because of all what I've been through, that's why I'm at the point of like, I don't have time for that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were sitting one time, we were sitting on the couch, we were at her apartment, and we're watching something, because she's always like watching E! And all that Hollywood celebrity bullshit. And she saw this one guy, and yeah, he was an attractive guy. She was like, oh my God, damn, I wouldn't mind having a baby with him. And I'm like right there, like shoulder to shoulder with her. And then all of a sudden there was like another girl on there, and I'm just like, oh, that's a nice outfit. And then she comes out, she goes, well, why don't you go sleep with her then, huh? You like, that's what you like to do with men like you? Y'all like to cheat and all this other shit? And I'm like, wait, what? She was like, totally sure with me. So,
well, I mean, that's the other aspect of dealing with social media. And Rick, and I want to touch on that when we come back. But I also want to touch on what Rick said, but we do got to take a break real quick, you know, with the narcissistic stuff. So we're going to take a right quick break. And we'll come back and we'll kind of pick up where we left off. Unfortunately, I get these breaks in there. I got to get better at getting these breaks in and shouting out our sponsors.
Are we doing Liquid IV this time?
thinking about doing IV this time.
I was just guessing. I saw a couple Saturdays. So.
We take 2 breaks and then a closing. I got 3 sponsors right now, so it's not hard to flip a coin and figure out who I'm gonna. But yeah,
who pays better?
I should have come prepared and brought my liquid IV outside from inside, so I could have held it up for that one.
Yeah. No, we tell you guys all the time. We're not personal trainers. We're not experts or anything like that. We just know that, proper hydration is very important in day-to-day life. You don't even have to be working out or, climbing mountains or doing any of that stuff. Just in general in life, you got to make sure you're properly hydrated, and Liquid IV is going to take care of that part. That's one less problem you have to have in a relationship at the end of the day is your hydration level, because Liquid IV is going to get you taken care of. And one little packet of Liquid IV and 16 ounces of water is going to hydrate you 2 times faster than water alone. Not to mention the fact that they got 3 times the electrolytes of those leading sports drinks, and they've got 5 essential vitamins in there. So, I mean, what's not to love about it? What's not to believe that they're going to take care of you? And not only that, but a lot of times you see these companies and they're like, oh, they only got 1 or 2 flavors to choose from, and you don't really have many options. The Liquid IV's got 16 flavors to choose from. You're going to find something you like. I guarantee that. I like the cherry, the golden cherry is one of my favorites. Watermelon's a good one.
I'm partial to the strawberry, honestly.
I like strawberry. I like the acai berry. And you have to say it like that.
Oh, it's not acai?
Yeah, no, it's acai. And you got to say it just like that. But they've also got a sugar-free option for you as well. And there's an option for the kids. There's got 5 fun flavors for the kids as well. So they're going to get everybody in the house taken care of, make sure everybody's properly hydrated and all that fun jazz. Real people, real flavor, real hydrating. Head over to liquidiv.com. Use our promo code Words Are Hard. You're going to save 20% off your entire order when you shop Better Hydration today at liquidiv.com. Use promo code Words Are Hard. Get that 20% discount. Next song here I got is John Legend. It's Ordinary People. And he wrote this song about his parents. His parents got divorced. And then 10 years later, they reconnected. They were healed. They were in a better place. And he wrote this song for them. And I purposely picked the lyrics for all these songs tonight because not only do I want you guys to listen to them, but I'd also like you guys to see the lyrics and see the words, because sometimes you listen to a song and you don't really understand or listen to the lyrics. So if you're watching, go ahead and check out and listen to the lyrics. But at the end of the day, we're all just ordinary people just trying to survive and just trying to make it and make relationships work. So, well, John Legend, Ordinary People, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes.
I'm in love with you. This ain't the honeymoon. Past the infatuation phase. Right in the thick of love. At times we get sick of love. It seems like we argue every day. I know I misbehaved and you've made your mistakes, and we both still got room left to grow. And though love sometimes hurts, I still put you first, and we'll make this thing work. But I think we should take it slow. We're just ordinary people. We don't know which way to go, 'cause we're ordinary people. Maybe we should take it slow. Take it slow, This time we'll take it slow. Take it slow, This time we'll take it slow. This ain't a movie, no fairy tale conclusion, y'all. It gets more confusing every day. Sometimes it's heaven sent, then we head back to hell again. We kiss, then we make up on the way. I hang up, you call, we rise and we fall, and we feel like just walking away. But as our love advances, we take second chances. Though it's not a fantasy, I still want you to stay. We're just ordinary people. We don't know which way to go, 'cause we're ordinary people. Maybe we should take it slow, take it slow. Oh, this time we'll take it slow, take it slow. This time we'll take it slow, take it slow. Maybe we'll live and learn, maybe we'll crash and burn. Maybe you'll stay, maybe you'll leave, maybe you'll return. Maybe another fight, maybe we won't survive, but maybe we'll grow, we never know. Baby, you and I, we're just ordinary people. We don't know which way to go, yeah. Hey, 'cause we're ordinary people. Maybe we should take it slow. Hey, we're just ordinary people. We don't know which way to go, 'cause we're ordinary people. Maybe we should take it slow, take it slow. Oh, oh, oh. This time we'll take it slow, take it slow. Oh, oh. This time we'll take it slow, take it slow, slow. This time we'll take it slow, take it slow. Oh, this time we'll take it slow.
And sir, little John Legend, words that you can live by. Right there at the end. He said it about 47 times. Take it slow. Take it slow. And I think that's what things, sometimes relationships don't always work out. Sometimes relationships don't work out because, as I've said before, and this is again a phrase you guys might hear me say a lot, especially when it comes to this show, everything happens for a reason in life, and everything happens according to whatever plan. Whatever you believe in, there's a plan, and everything happens. And sometimes relationships don't work out because they weren't meant to be at that moment in time. Sometimes you get a second chance, and that's when it's meant to be and when it's meant to work out. But that's kind of what that song is about. Like I said, and John Legend's parents were divorced, and then after about 10 years or so, they got back together, and they're happy and they're healthy in a relationship and whatnot like that. That's at the end of the day. So, like I said, take it slow. Take a couple deep breaths at the end of the day. That's just in life in general. Anywho, welcome back to Men Caring for Men, Men's Mental Health Show, because men's mental health matters.
I care about you, Blake.
I care about you, Rick.
I care about your hydration, so I'm glad you did that liquid IV, because whether you're having makeup sex or you've done fucked off so bad you're fucking yourself, because hydration and masturbation go together, liquid IV is where it's at.
I don't think that's going to fly as a good ad, but I like that.
Bring that up in the next staff meeting.
So I got to touch back because while I sat here in silence because I didn't touch it to let music play, I sat here and thought for a few minutes with a little Coulter Wall in the background. Because nothing will get you more in your head than some good old sounding country songs that really make you rethink about relationships, because that kind of stuff's in there.
I don't got you covered when it comes to country.
Yeah. So
I got all bases covered tonight.
So it's, we just sat and kind of dogged on social media a little bit
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Rick, before you go into that. Just let me get this introduction real quick.
Yeah.
But anyways, like I said, welcome back to Men Caring for Men. It's a new Monday night men's mental health show, hosted by yours truly, Glick. Panel changes up, but for the most part, you're going to see some familiar faces. You're going to see some new faces. We do have Jarvis in the building, one of my co-hosts, Jared Vichy. Brian's in the building, one of my co-hosts. Connor was here earlier. He had to dip out. Hopefully everything's all right with him and his world. And then tonight we have joined in the panel, not necessarily a new face, but, a new face for this show. Jeff, who's a co-host of Nonsensical Nonsense with me. And
That's me.
And host of Penny and Dime Make 11 Cents.
So jealous. So jealous.
I'm not jealous. I just can't remember the name of your goddamn show.
It's Dollars and Cents Podcast.
He
Not that fucking hard.
And he always gets changed back.
Yeah. Plus, at the end of the day, you ever think maybe I'm throwing you up a softball so that you can promote your own goddamn show so I don't have to do the
I was
work?
planning on it, but I don't want to interrupt because
Yeah.
it's my show and I do everything.
Yeah, well, this is true. Facts on facts. And then I do a face on the panel tonight, for the men's, Men Caring for Men. Very good friend of mine, Rick, hanging out with us, chit-chatting, talking about, we're talking about relationships tonight. And if you like the show, if you like what we're doing, we encourage you guys to check us out on all social media. Give us a follow. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and you get all your notifications. Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. We do the show live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturday. Or wait, what the fuck am I talking about? Mondays, sorry. Mondays at 7 p.m. ish. I was in nonsensical nonsense mode. I'm not used to you being here on Monday. I forgot what day it was. Mondays at 7 p.m. on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We are live. If you miss us live or you whatever the case may be, you can listen to us anywhere, any place where we listen to podcasts at. It's all under the Nonsensical Network. So if you look up Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast, you're going to find the shows. Or you can head on over to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. All those links are going to be there, and you're going to find all the shows, whether it's Men Caring for Men, Nonsensical Nonsense, Dollars and Cents, Glick's House of Music, or maybe new shows in the works coming down the pipe. Anywho, welcome back to the show. Hopefully you guys are enjoying everything. Rick, what were you getting ready to say about social media? Sorry, I just wanted to get that out.
So, and I know this is more so for you and I can speak for. I don't know about the other gentleman in here, and I use that term loosely. The aspect of social media and dating and relationships, you and I have both experienced multiple failed social media relationships that started from social media. However, the current relationship that I'm in, which is by far the best one that I've ever had in my life, and that goes beyond any shadow of a doubt. And no, she's not standing right over my shoulder while I'm saying this. I'm in the garage, just for those who are thinking.
I don't know. We can only see so much in the garage.
She's standing like this, don't say anything wrong.
Right. The rolling pin right now. No. So that one actually started via TikTok also, and it excelled and took off at an unbelievably rapid pace to the point where I was dumbfounded and terrified because I had swore up and down after my last one that the next one was going to be as slow as snail sex ultimately, and it didn't. It took off like a rocket ship, and here I am 2+ years into it with a live-in relationship. And, you said the word of the night is communicate. And that is one of the biggest reasons why we've had the success that we have, because we talk, we communicate with each other. Something happens, we talk about it. Something's going on, we talk about it. Something needs to be said, we talk about it. And more oftentimes than not, it's shortcomings on my behalf because I get caught up in the everyday hustle and bustle of life and running around and doing this and doing that, or even selfishly taking time to myself, and neglecting my duties in my half of the relationship, so we communicate about it and we talk about things and we address things that need to be addressed, and we know where each other stands you know, with 99% of the aspects that we have in our relationship. So to go with your word of the night being communicate, in order for it to any relationship to be healthy, be it anyone you have, friends, family, you know, religion, work, whatever, especially your romantic one, the communication aspect is incredibly important. You have to take time for each other to just sit and talk sometimes.
No, exactly, and you know, and I'm guilty of that. You know, actually, both Nikki and I are guilty of that. And you know, as REO Speedwagon once said, "Ride the storm out." We're currently, you know, to be brutally honest with you guys, and not go into too much detail because you know that's neither here nor there. But we're currently riding a storm. We're in the middle of a storm right now, and it has a lot to do with, you know, past relationship issues, past trauma, if you want to say that. Neither one of us are the greatest at communication. We try to be, but at the end of the day, we're not. And I've also had to come to realize that, you know, the last few months, I've been dealing with a couple things and some issues and whatnot. Me personally, just getting inside my head and everything like that. I have realized that I've become incredibly selfish, especially when it comes to doing these shows and stuff like that. And you know, because this is my escape, this is where I can get away from everything. So, you know, we kind of had that, not necessarily a come to Jesus moment, but we had to break down and finally have the tough conversation. And, you know, I feel like for me and hopefully for her, you know, a huge weight was lifted off of our shoulders or off of our chest. But yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's a learned behavior at the end of the day. You know, with communication. Plus, it's just as we say all the time on this show, it's in our DNA.
For guys, it's a default setting.
Yeah, as men, it's in our DNA. We can't help it. We bottle things up, we hold things up, and we try to push through until it gets to a point where we can't. And actually, I've been trying to sneak this in all night, and this is actually really good. This is another Chris Rock segment from that special that he did, and he was talking about relationships. So if you guys will allow me, this is just basically, you know, you got to be on the same page, man. You really do have to be on the same page and have that communication and have that understanding and have that conversation. Relationships, at the end of the day, and I'm going to speak more on this, relationships are not in any way, shape, and or form 50-50. If you think you're living in a 50-50 relationship, it's bound to fail because it's not at the end of the day. I'm going to let Chris Rock speak real quick, and then we'll come right back.
Oh, relationships are tough. No, they're not.
I was going to give you
They're only tough when one person's working on it. Two people can move a couch real easy. One person can't move it at all. If you're in a relationship, let me try to help you right now. Rule 1. Stop competing. Her success is your success, and your success is her success. Number 2, there is no equality in a relationship. It's like, we equals. No, you're not. You're both there to serve. You are in the service industry, okay? You're in a band. And when you're in a band, you have roles that you play in the band. Sometimes you sing lead, and sometimes you're on tambourine. And if you're on tambourine, play it right. Play it with a fucking smile. Because nobody wants to see a mad tambourine.
It was funny that popped up today of all days. That popped up on my Snapchat memories. Today of all days. It was funny that popped up. But he's 100% right. And I've said it before, not necessarily on this show, but I've said it before in other conversations on nonsensical nonsense and stuff like that. Because, I mean, let's be honest, nonsensical nonsense was kind of the mother of this show at the end of the day, because we do have our serious moments and we do have our serious conversations. A lot of times they did happen on Monday. But relationships are not equal. It's not 50-50 at the end of the day. And it does have to be a two-way street, however. But some days I got 10%. And she's going to have to grab that 90%, or vice versa. Or I got the 90% and she's only got the 10%. And, you know, I've said it before, and I realized that I'm not always practicing what I preach it when it comes at the end of the day. Do I always make sure to pick up and grab the slack? Absolutely. But I think that's where a lot of people get into problems in their relationship, is that they start competing with each other. Like Chris Rock said, stop fucking competing with one another. It's not a one-upsmanship. You know, oh, you did the dishes. Oh, you did the dishes. Well, I cleaned the living room and took the trash out, and I cleaned the bathroom. Huh? How you like that? No.
Well, it's not only that. One of the things that I struggle with is when my wife and I fight. For me, it's I must win this fucking thing. And in the beginning, that's how it was. It was I must win this fight. I must be right. And now it's gotten to the point where, like, why the fuck are we fighting again? I forgot. My bad.
Yeah.
That's where you keep your liquid IV around for the hydration for the makeup sex.
Amen to that, buddy. You ain't kidding.
I
mix it with Dubby so I can go all night. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. There you go.
Nice. No, and I've always been the type that I'm always the first to apologize. You know, at the end of the day, it's just been like that. You know, in every relationship I've been in, I've always been the type of person to be the first to apologize at the end of the day, because also, you know, and especially now, I don't want to fucking fight and fuss and argue and I don't want 3 days from now us to be mad at each other for some dumb shit, you know, or something like that. So I'll squash it by apologizing, and then we'll have the conversation, but not yelling.
Well, it's also one of the things that, and it pisses me off to no end, but I've learned to deal with it, is the don't go to bed angry.
Yes,
Mhm.
I was about to follow you up that.
Stay up all night. If you have to stay up all night to have a conversation, you know you got to get up at fucking 6 a.m. It's 5 already. You're still arguing over something stupid. You got to do it. Yeah, it's gonna fucking suck, and tomorrow's gonna suck too, because now you haven't slept. But if it's worth it, I mean, like the wife and I had an argument the other day. I don't even remember what the fuck it was, but we got done with the fight, and she came over to apologize. I was still pissed, and she's like, "Why are you still mad?" I said, "You won that fight." She's like, "No, neither one of us won. We both got it off our chest. It's over." And after about 20 minutes, I finally calmed down. I was like, you know what? You're right. I was being an asshole. My bad. She's like, no, you had a point. I had my points. It's squashed. But being able to, you cannot, in a relationship with a significant other, you cannot be afraid to be vulnerable. That is,
correct.
Especially in an argument.
And you can't be afraid to be wrong either.
Well, you're 90% of the time when you're arguing with a woman, you're wrong. Don't kid yourself. But
yeah,
but
come with more artillery than we do.
Chris and I've had the same argument 4 or 5 times, and we're both willing to die on that hill. You have to be willing to die on every hill when it's a significant other. And once you learn that, life gets so much fucking easier.
And to go with your point of don't ever go to bed mad at each other, it's more of a, if you allow that problem to go to bed festering and mad, when you wake up the next day, you start that day with that same problem already looming over your head.
Yeah, and you've had time to think about it, and you've had time to...
And you've reloaded your ammunition on it, too.
Oh, yeah,
so now you're going to come back and
there
fire
all
even
night
more.
just loading the clip.
Yeah, you know.
Look at me fucking wrong, and I will unload this motherfucker on you.
Yeah, exactly. And that's been my mindset most of my life. Like, I'm not gonna, like, we're not just gonna go to bed pissed off. We're not gonna hang up on the phone mad at each other. I want to fucking continue this conversation. It's also, unfortunately, bit me in the ass more times than I can count, because then usually the problems escalate to even create more problems and more of a headache down the road at the end of the day. But that's just my mindset. Like, why are we gonna go? Why are we just gonna walk away mad? Like,
that's where the other C word comes into play, though.
Yeah,
compromise.
Don't go.
You got it. You got it. And I don't know where you were going with it, but I'm going with compromise. You have to be willing to understand. And like I said, you're not always right but they're not always right. You know, you have to reach that middle ground where part of what you say may be right and part of what they say may be right. So you have to put it together and formulate that middle ground. And sometimes you just have to agree to disagree on things. You know, you're not always going to see eye to eye on every single thing. Any relationship that doesn't have a disagreement or an argument or the occasional raised tone or even the sarcastic tone, you know, it's a relationship. It's a relationship built on fallacy ultimately, because you're just one of you or both of you is bowing down to the other on a regular basis to avoid the argument, which those problems will then fester and boil over, and it becomes an even bigger situation when it happens.
And you find yourself in the kitchen at 3 o'clock in the morning making baked potatoes, motherfucking everybody in the goddamn house.
For me, it was a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but either way, yes.
From experience or anything, and
you're not wrong though.
You know,
you're not wrong.
But I'm also not mad at it, because you know the beauty of like a mashed potato is you can beat it up. You just
yeah.
Well, yeah. Like, you know, I was watching them. I'm watching them in the microwave, and I'm just motherfucking everybody because I think somebody, and then the end of it is like, you know, you utter those three words that will just obliterate anybody around you in your mindset 100%. And I'm not going to say those words, but the letters are BOD. You know, and then you get messages the next day from your friends, and they're like, "Yo, you okay? Like, what the fuck's going on, bro? Like, the hell are you doing? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and you're on TikTok or Snapchat, and you know, whatever the case may be." But you know, that's because you're not getting your point across. You're not saying the things that need to be said in the right context or in the right situation. And they you know, I've used the term a lot of times. Pressure cooker.
Oh yeah.
That's messed up. A lot of things.
I had to laugh at that. I just saw that one and I was like, oh, that's pretty good.
Relationships are much like algebra. Have you ever looked at your ex and what?
Every time.
Yes, and yes. And just in case we don't understand, yes.
Yeah.
The answer to that is usually because I was horny. But okay.
Well,
yeah, I get it.
Yeah. No, I mean, and a lot of times in relationships, and I'm gonna. This is gonna be two birds, one stone, real quick, because Rick touched on it earlier, and Brian was talking about the social media aspect of it. When you're dealing with a narcissist, you know,
words are hard.
Yeah, words are hard. You know, Brian said earlier, you know, he had an ex that would go on social media and just fucking
put him on blast. Yeah.
You know, put him on blast, drag him through the mud, everything else. I had an ex do that with me after we broke up, and like she's all over social media, just fucking shitting all over me, saying all this crazy stuff. And we had a lot of mutual friends, and mind you, those friends that were mutual, they only were friends with her because of me. And a lot of them only stuck around long enough after the relationship to see what was going to happen. And they were telling me like this, and I'm like, you know, it's her narrative, it's her story. Let her tell it however she wants to tell it. I don't give a fuck. And Jeff can attest to this. I had a podcast. I have this podcast. I have a microphone. I have a pedestal, a platform, whatever you want to call it, where I could have come on here and
buried him
and shared my truth and shared my story. And, you know, like they say, there's always three sides to the story: her side, my side, and the truth.
Well, here's my thing though. That anybody that's going onto social media or going out and talking shit about a relationship, where it went bad or what, isn't that just them looking for validation?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Victimized narcissists are the worst.
Yeah, and you know, it's like if for example, if my wife and I divorced tomorrow, nobody know for like 10 years. I just wouldn't say anything.
Nobody knew that.
I didn't even know you had a wife. I didn't think cartel members were allowed to get married.
Well, he's not a cartel. He's a
El Cheapo.
He's a cartel bitch. No, nobody knew that my ex-wife and I split. We didn't tell anybody. We didn't say anything to anybody. We kept it very private. For a long time, all we did is take our relationship status on Facebook and make it private. We didn't go out there and put it out to the world. But this ex in particular, I didn't say anything. I told the guys multiple times on the show, Jeff and Tony and Mike. I said, look, it's off limits. I know you guys want to say what you want to say. You can tell me. You can say it behind the scenes. We're not doing it on the show. And I stayed that way until we were having a conversation on the show that had nothing to do with her, but I knew she was still watching, and she felt the need to text me and start running her mouth. And instead of responding to her,
you looked at the camera and did it.
I told the guys, give me a minute. And for 45 minutes, and Jeff and Tony sat there going, oh, shit.
Longest minute of my life.
Oh, shit.
It's one of those awkward moments where you're just like, ooh. Dad just slapped Mom at the kitchen table.
Yeah, I went in for 45 minutes, and then after the show, Jeff was like, even though it was awkward for him, and you could see the awkwardness in him and Tony, but after the show, he was like, I've been waiting for that.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for that.
I've been waiting for it since I met the bitch. But
he was waiting for it, and he was like, and she deserved it, so don't feel bad about it in the morning.
No.
And I was like, I ain't feeling bad about fucking shit.
No, but the thing is you and I do the same thing. We have a tendency to not say what we want to say in the moment, but then when we do finally say it, we sit there and go,
well, it was one of those things where, regardless of how things went, regardless of how the situation ended, I was still protecting her for whatever stupid reason, and I had every right in the world not to.
Agreed.
So I didn't want to shit on her, but at the same time, I didn't want to make myself look fucking stupid like she was doing all over social media, looking like an asshole, running your mouth about somebody when just the day before you were talking about how in love you are and how great this person is and how happy you are since they came into your life and blah, blah, blah. So it was just like, I'm not going to say or do anything. It is what it is. It didn't work out. I ignored a lot of red flags in that relationship, and I think a lot of people do this in relationships. They ignore the initial red flags. They don't pay attention to them until their eyes are open, and then once my eyes were open, I was like, God damn, I spent almost 3 years on this relationship. Yeah, exactly.
I'm colorblind as fuck, bro.
I
you put them horse blinders on, my guy. That's exactly what it is.
A year and a half of a friendship and building a relationship and growing what I thought was going to be something good. And then another year, almost year and a half or whatever of being together and everything like that, just to let it all be thrown away because of a cup of coffee. Yeah. At the end of the day, I mean, that's what it was, because I was 8 hours away, and apparently it's weird how that happens. But then you find out, well, like, wow, holy shit. So I'm, now your narcissistic tendencies are coming out, and you see this in relationships on both sides of the fence. When they deal with narcissists, they wear you down and they beat you down, and then every time, like you said, Rick, you would try to get out of a relationship, and she would stand there in front of your kids and say, "If you leave me or if you kick me out, I'm going to kill myself in front of you and your kids."
Yep.
It's like, fuck, you got me locked in here. You got me in a mental mind fuck where I'm not happy. I don't want to be here, but at the same time, I don't want you to do something stupid. So we're going to go ahead and stick around
because you have some sort of a heart. And here's a big struggle with red flags, and as we just referenced, the horse blinders. And this is something that I learned when I took psychology way back in high school. Which, by the way, that's going to lead into something else that I need to address real quickly. But I digress. You tend to overlook, especially if you've been single and you've been dating on and off, in and out, testing different dates, going out with a bunch of different people and everything like that. But then you're surrounded by friends and family that are in happy relationships. You tend to, not necessarily happy relationships, but relationships where you see the happiness on a regular. You tend to put your horse blinders up and ignore those red flags in hopes that the bad or the good outweighs the bad. And in 9 out of 10 scenarios, that doesn't end up being the case. The bad far outweighs the good, but you wanted so badly, mentally and subconsciously, to have that happiness that you see that surrounds you. Because again, like Facebook, like, you know, Insta, like all those things, you know, you see everyone's highlight reel. You don't see the knockdown, drag out, screaming till 3 a.m. fits that happen over something ridiculously as stupid as, you know, you forgot to start the laundry or switch the laundry. So, you know, you don't see those moments that have culminated into a giant fight. You just see the good times. And that's where, you know, you tend to put those blinders on and overlook the what would normally be small, subtle signs. You overlook them to chase that ultimate happiness. And in a book I read called what the fuck? I just gave it to my boss too. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He attributes, and it's actually a true self-help book, and I did read the whole thing. He attributes happiness to walking down the street towards this beautiful mansion that you live in while you're tripping on acid. And as you get closer, the mansion stands up and walks farther down the road away from you all the time. When you're trying to chase, as you said earlier, Francis, with Keeping Up with the Joneses, when you're constantly chasing that, you will never attain that, because what one person's Joneses is not what your Joneses is, because we're all different people.
Well, you know, there's a cartoon out there where it shows a guy on a bicycle, or it shows a guy in a Porsche, and he's sitting next to a guy in a Ferrari. He's, man, I wish I had that. Then sitting next to the guy in the Porsche is a guy on a bicycle going, God, I wish I had a car. And all the way down to a kid in a wheelchair watching somebody walk going, I wish I could fucking walk.
Yeah.
No matter where you are in life, somebody is going, I wish I had it as good as them. You know, I guarantee there are people out there that watch us, you know, 3-4 times a week live and go, I wish I had the balls to go live. I wish I had the balls to make a TikTok. I wish I had the balls to post on social media, because I don't feel, I mean, I hate to bring up Hodor, but when Hodor was on here, God, that kid, I doubt a whole lot of people are looking up to him, but he's got the balls to get online. You know, the one thing Keeping Up with the Joneses is it's a circle. You're never going to catch up to where you think. Well, yeah, you're never going to catch up to where you think you should be. Be grateful for where you are, because somebody out there has always got it worse.
Yep. And this that leads me to what I was going to lead into. In June is my 20-year class reunion. And I've seen on my Facebook page for my graduating class a lot of asking for information about people, you know, trying to fill out questionnaires. Where should we do it? Who's going to be there? Blah, 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 blah. And I messaged my best friend from that I've known since I was 5, and I'm now 37. So I've known this kid. I knew most of my graduating class from kindergarten. I went to a very small school. And I said to Gary, I said, is it just me, or the more I look at this 20-year class reunion planning, the less likely I am to go? Because at the end of the day, I know what they were like when I was in school. And ultimately, it's just a pissing contest to see where you are in life and who you're doing better than.
Yeah, and you know, my wife asked me that the other day. Something popped up on my high school Facebook page. They're like, we're doing a class
At your age,
reunion.
it was probably a classmate's death, old man.
Not that old, Jesus. But
You know,
yeah,
you say that, but
Chris and I both had classmates sometime.
yeah, I mean, from the career center where Jeff and I went to school and met each other, but from my home school at East Knox, there are a lot of people that I've gone to school with have died one way or another. And
hey, yeah, I was just making a jab because I feel like Jeff is like close to 50.
I'm I am the oldest one here, but only by like what?
See?
8 months?
No,
Yeah,
Eight
close
months.
enough.
Count.
Close
It's
enough, Grandpappy.
just a few months older than me. But no, I mean, it's crazy because, you know, you make a joke like that because we are older than you and whatnot. But I mean, the sad fact is yeah, it's actually kind of true. I mean, hell,
But
hell,
like I was saying, when my wife asked me, do you want to go to your class reunion? I said, what for? The only people I like from school, a podcast with.
I still talk to, exactly. I talk to on a regular basis.
You know, the only people I would actually want to connect with is maybe about a quarter of our building trades class. And I can literally just call them up on fucking Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, unless I'm going to rock in my own helicopter, I don't want to go just so I can rub it in their faces. But even then, I'm like, yeah, is it really worth it? No.
No, but that goes back to the keeping up with the Joneses thing, you know, and that ties into modern day relationships and looking for the next best thing. You know,
it absolutely ties into your love relationship with your significant other because, you know, you see that on social media. You see that camouflage that
highlight reel.
Yeah, the highlight reel on social media, and it's just like, man, I wish I had that relationship, you know. And to what you know to what you said earlier, Rick, about a knockdown, drag out fight happening because you forgot to switch the laundry. Well, you're not fighting because you forgot to switch the laundry out. There's
fighting for 30 things that happened prior to that.
Yeah, there's bigger issues that have not been addressed yet, and that was just the straw that broke the camel's back, so to say, was the fact that you didn't change the laundry out, or you spent $12 on cigarettes and pop while you were at work when you had half a carton and a case of pop in the house, or whatever the case may be, whatever the situation is. Or anything like that, it's those little things, and that's what and again, this is where, you know, this is something that I've said a lot on this show, just in the short time period this show's been on. The fucking horse blinders are on, and we're not acknowledging and paying attention to the little things, and we're not understanding that, you know, what starts out as a little thing, not doing this or not doing that or whatever the case may be, which is to you and I, or to you and me, or whatever, it seems trivial, it seems small, but in actuality, it's a big deal to our partner, or vice versa. Something that's important to us, you know, like our partner might just kind of blow it off, and really give it the attention that we feel like, and they do something silly like, you know, leave a fucking bowl on the table, and then next thing you know, you're coming out and you're full guns ablaze, and you're fucking
strapped on the boxing
loaded
gloves.
for
You
bear.
fixing to go 10 rounds. Yeah.
Well, it also
at Earp at Tombstone. You know, hey, I'm coming and I'm bringing hell with me.
And they walk in and they're like, "All right, I'm your Huckleberry, and here you go."
Yeah.
No, but something that I've noticed is you know, I've been with my wife for 14 years. We've been married for 11.
Jeff's wife was also 8 when they met, and Jeff was 30.
Yeah,
Damn.
there is that. No, but it's like,
are you Joe Biden's
over
brother?
the years, you learn your partner's triggers and their buttons. And during a fight, if you really want to amp it up,
you look like fucking Will Ferrell in the elevator in Elf.
No, I get that, but here's the thing: if it's really a stupid fight, and if you want to escalate it, you know you can. But true love,
I'll be up in a little bit.
And I believe this: true love comes down to one thing: not hitting that button.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
100. And my wife, the biggest problem my wife and I have is a language barrier. And my wife speaks perfect English, but it's a I hate to say language barrier because it sounds like she doesn't speak English, but
it's an interpretation barrier.
The interpretation, thank you.
She doesn't understand, like, you know, where
like for instance, a trigger word for me, if somebody calls me stupid, oh my God, I'm gonna burn down your house. And
why?
And it's not a
Shut up, dummy.
Here's the thing.
call them stupid all the time.
And I'm going to drop knowledge. When I was in school, the only reason I passed high school was because I went through the special eds classes. I literally cannot write my own name some days. I cannot spell to save my life. We all know that. But I struggle with learning. Shut the fuck up. Fuck
even when you're given the word, when the word is typed out for
exactly.
you.
And everything's got spell check on it now too, and he still fucks it up.
Yeah, and I have 4 different spell checks on my computer. It comes down to its speed and not looking dumb.
Yeah.
So when I do post something, like when I did the starting 5, the last starting 5, I checked it 40 times and I still missed stuff. And that one little thing I missed bugged me for a week.
And I still told, and he
told me about it.
And I told him 6 times, and he was like, "All right, I fixed it." And I'm like, "Jeffrey, you're not fixing it." But you're, I fuck you.
I fixed it 6 times.
But
6 times.
My wife has said multiple times, and she does this. She does it when she argues. To her, it's just a word. It's just something to say. For me, it's like it's a fucking stab. It's a knife through the fucking heart.
Yep.
And she's like, I didn't mean it that way. I said, you still said it. She's like, it's just words. I said, yeah, but it's one of those things. It's hard to explain. But like, if you get somebody on that emotional level, will they know that? My wife has gotten better with that. The last argument had, she didn't. She could have said it like 40 times, and she almost did, but she stopped herself.
And
my
that's
wife
where you can use communication as a weapon too.
Exactly. Well, the one thing she's learned over the years is
not only are words
even
hard,
though we're fighting, there's certain things I can't say. I always, no matter what the argument, I always hold back because I've learned one simple fact. Some things you say you can't take back.
Yep.
Exactly.
And my wife
women will
has
hold
learned
on to that shit.
Well, unfortunately,
not just women.
Guys will do
Men
it
will
too.
too.
We're just as
Men
guilty
will
of it.
too.
Yeah.
I mean, words. Words are a double-edged sword. At the end of the day.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
double meaning. Yeah.
Words can really destroy a person more than than a physical. Than
punching them in the mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
That fat lip's going to go away. That fat lip's going to go away. But what you said 2 days prior before you punch him in the mouth, that's going to
stay. It's a grenade in your brain.
And that's where
you just pulled the pin and you're just waiting for it to explode.
Yep.
Well, that's like Dane Cook said it years ago in one of his specials. He was talking about fighting,
stupid like your father.
and he said women are great, and women do this all the time. And men do it too, but the women are experts at this. They hit you with a fucking pipe bomb. You'll be in the middle of a fight about fucking something stupid like not switching your clothes out, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, something that she's been holding on to, she hits you with a fucking pipe bomb and completely fucking destroys you. Or something that's a trigger, or something that's you.
What he actually says in that, he says she'll say something like, you're stupid like your father. And then you walk away going, what the fuck was that? And then all of a sudden it clicks and it explodes. Yep. And you're screaming at the top of your lungs from the basement, my father's a brilliant man.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. My son at 11 years old is amazing at that. He will insult you to your face and you won't get it for 4 days. And he'll be gone. You'll be like, you little motherfucker.
Yeah.
But we tend to do that. And it's natural human instinct to go for the jugular in an argument or in a fight. And because as humans and as animals in general, in the animal kingdom, if you look at it, doesn't matter what you look at, any animal in the animal kingdom, there's a competitive nature in every one of them. And so it's always that subconscious competitive, I have to win this argument. So what can I say to end it where I can walk away feeling like the victor? But 2 days later, you're going to feel like hammered shit because you hurt that person so bad with what you said that it's still dwelling on them days later. And not even just days. It can go on for years, months. It can literally, the wrong thing said to the wrong person can literally end a person's life, not just a relationship.
And I'm notorious for walking into
You don't hold back.
Well, this is also very true, but I'm also notorious in face-to-face interaction with people. I'm notorious for walking away and going to another room and under my breath, speaking out loud, saying what I want to say, not realizing
Just
that they
loud
can
enough
hear
where
me.
they can hear it.
Yeah, and that shit's. I mean,
oh yeah,
and I'm learning recently. You know, like I didn't realize that I did that, and it's something that I do, and it's like, all right, I really have to stop doing that because it's first and foremost, it's a dick fucking move. So B,
one of my defense mechanisms that when my wife really I get it at it, I don't say anything. I just leave, and I don't just leave the room. I leave the house. I leave the block. I've literally walked 25 miles in one direction and walked back, still pissed off, and then come back 5-6 hours later. And she's like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "I needed to blow off steam."
So funny
because
enough,
I was about to say something that I was going to regret.
What you just said, Glick, and this is going to go back a ways. Back when we first met, if you remember, I was in the middle of a major lifestyle change and a weight loss journey.
Yeah.
And I know you remember that. So funny enough, that all stemmed from a failed attempt at a relationship. Yeah. I attempted to pursue a girl, and I was very gently, very nicely, kudos to her, the way she did it. She turned me down, which, I mean, yeah, not every shot you shoot is going to hit the target. Mm-hmm. But from behind a wall, I overheard a conversation of her telling another girl, he's the nicest guy in the world with the biggest heart, but he's physically too large of a person for me. And that was all it took in my mind. And Glick will tell you guys who don't know me from Adam walking down the street, I dropped 100 fucking pounds prior to COVID. I was at the gym at 3:30, 4 o'clock every morning, sometimes back again at 6:30 at night, because I swore up and down after those words, just those simple words that cut so deep that I would never hear those words again, and I would never be rejected for my physical size.
Now see me, I would have come back. I'd have showed up the next day with an I Beat Anorexia t-shirt, just be like, "Hey, how you doing?" But
you know what though, Jeff? For so many years, I did that. For so many years, I masked the pain of getting picked at and rejected for relationships, and ultimately dumped. I hate that word, but dumped in relationships for the better. And it was almost every single time. It was almost always one of my buddies who they found better looking than me or more attractive than me or something to that effect. And so for years, I was the guy that would wear the shirt that said I beat anorexia or would then make jokes. And I lived my life behind the shield of laughter to cover, to ultimately mask the pain that the words of failed relationships had caused to me. And I decided after that one particular time, I wasn't going to allow that to happen again.
You
Rick,
became self-deprecating in a way, right?
Let me ask you a question. How tall are you?
I'm 6 foot tall.
I'm 5'3".
At that point, I was 397 pounds.
Until you're 5'3", 150 nothing.
But
look, be my wife.
To this day, I am still picked on, and God bless my wife.
Picked on you because of your short stature. What kind of asshole would do that?
So I'm looking at myself in the camera on my phone screen.
I don't even know you. Why did you point at Rick?
I'm looking at myself in the phone screen right now, and you know what I see? I see a large body with a tiny head. That's all I see on my phone screen, which I've sat back, I've sat at different angles, and I've sat here and self-consciously sat here and gone, Jesus Christ, I need to go back to the gym again and do more than I did the last time because I'm not seeing the results that I want to see. It becomes almost when words have cut so deep it becomes almost an obsession to
Yep.
try and fix that.
Exactly. And when I was with my ex-wife,
You have the luxury of being able to fix it.
yeah. Well, I mean, we can fix it.
Yeah.
But I don't have the patience.
I'm looking at that. I'm looking at that.
It took 18 months to shed 103 pounds. I don't have the patience.
To gain 3 inches, just 3 inches, is $70,000 per leg, and like what was it? 9 months of physical therapy afterwards.
Or you can just buy shoes that have thicker soles, dude. I mean, you can do it that way.
No, I mean, you know, to what Rick said, you know, I went through that with my ex-wife. You know, when I was in high school, I was 315. I'm 6'2". I was 315 pounds. Jeff remembers me in high school. I didn't look like I was 315 pounds because I wasn't ripped or anything like that, but I was.
You carried it proportionally.
And that's what I was about to say. Chris, for as big as Chris was, you would not guess. Like we went to a fair, and they could not guess Chris's weight.
Mm-hmm. But I was also solid. So like, if you. I didn't have a 6-pack or anything like that, but I didn't have a big gut. But at the same time, if you hit me in the stomach, it was like hitting a rock.
Yeah, I was the same way when I was in school.
So like when I was with my ex-wife and dealing with the infidelity and stuff like that, I'd gotten up to 320 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
I was fat. I hated looking at myself in the mirror. My clothes didn't fit. I thought I was a disgusting slob.
That's where I'm at right now.
You know, and then on top of it, I'm like, my wife don't want to be with me. She wants to be with other men. And then I see the other men that she's with, and it's like, you know, one dude was like not even 6 foot, but he was fucking ripped. I mean, like it was 150 pounds or whatever, just fucking muscle bound, goofy.
Yeah. But most of those guys, their boyfriends like that physique more than the ladies.
So then it was
and
like,
mostly it was probably steroids too.
Well, he was in the military.
Let's go. This goes back to the keeping up with the Joneses thing.
Yeah.
You weren't happy where you were, but you saw what they liked. So now you're in pursuit of that. I am so blessed right now that I have a woman in my life who literally couldn't give a shit if I gained 10 or lost 100. She couldn't care less about that.
Clearly, Jeff's wife is the same way. I mean, look at him.
Yeah, he's not. So to go to what Jeff was saying, the difference between you and I, Jeff, is you can't control your height.
Exactly.
I can control my weight. I let myself get like this. Your unhappiness with yourself, you have no control over. You just kind of have to live with it.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing that I learned really early on, and it was a comedian said it, and I don't even remember what the comedian. He says, you know, when you have a physical flaw, like my height, you know, weight can be controllable. It's not always controllable, but it can be. But he said something like, you know, if you got a big nose or, you know, you got a big fat lip or whatever the case may be, you look in the mirror one day and you go, yeah, it is what it is.
Yep.
And God, if I could change it, fuck, I'd be 6'4" tomorrow.
But you can't. So you just have to take it.
But I don't think and talking to these guys, I don't want to be 6 foot. I'd be happy with like 5'5". Let's be honest.
So my son, and this goes along with the mental health thing because bullying and these kids nowadays, these fucking kids are mean. All right, I'm just gonna say it. We might have been assholes. We might have been assholes, but these kids are just fucking mean, right?
Yeah,
so my son on last Friday, when I picked him up before they had their week off, he was literally being bullied by a girl in school because he had wavy hair. And she tried to make fun of him for this, and he looked right at her and he said, yeah, because I can control that. And he walked away from her.
You know, at the end of the day, and we'll get back to my point about the weight loss thing, but so here's the thing. I have naturally curly, wavy hair. Jeff's known me forever. It's on the very rare occasion that anybody's ever seen me with short hair. You know, I've always had long hair. Little girl, and tell your son this too. Fucking love your wavy hair, bro, because women.
The ladies are gonna love it.
Yeah.
Women would kill to have your. I've been in barbershops, I've been in salons, and I've walked in there and I've taken my hat off. I've had the hairstylists go, "Oh my god, what we would not do to have your hair," and I hate it. It's thick. It's.
Oh
curvy.
yeah. Why it hates
like
it.
right now it doesn't look like it because I've got it pulled back. It's in a ponytail and I've wetted it down.
He's doing the Steven Seagal old man
Like
look.
you have thick. Your hair is thick. My hair is baby fucking fine. And once again, ladies love the baby fine hair, but like if I grow my hair out, look like Chris, it looks like I didn't shower for like a month.
Yeah. No,
But these are things that you don't have control over.
Exactly.
And you're not going to keep up with the Joneses with things you don't have control over. You know, but so here I am, and this time I'm back on this weight loss kick. I'm back on this lifestyle change and everything like that. And don't let my smoking a cigarette fool you. I could smoke into an hour of cardio at the same fucking time.
Oh, you and me both, brother.
Yeah, right.
But so
okay, Jeff, first and foremost, hold on a second. Jeff, first and foremost, bullshit, because I've heard you after you walked down a flight of stairs on this goddamn
Motherfucker,
show.
I pushed a car. I pushed a car that day. I pushed a car by myself a block and a half. Fuck you.
I can push a car by myself a block and a half, and I'm not going to say
I pushed the Malibu. I have 4 flat tires on that fucking Malibu, and I had to push it by myself the other day. It took me an hour and a half to make it go.
On a Little Tykes car.
Yeah, that motherfucker weighs a shit ton. That car, I pushed that car. It took me an hour and a half to move it 6 feet.
But I'm just, like Glick's seen the snaps of the cardio that I can put in. Like he's seen them. Like, and so I had 2 drinks on Sunday, which is the first 2 drinks that I've had since the beginning of January. You know, I stopped drinking. I stopped eating shitty foods. I've stopped, and I'm back at the gym. I'm working out 5-6 days a week. I'm putting in the time to get back to where I was pre-COVID. Because at this time, I'm doing it for a completely different reason. I'm not doing it because a woman rejected me. Because like I said, I'm a blessed man. The one upstairs that just went upstairs that is waiting for me she couldn't care less what the fuck I weigh. I'm doing it this time because 6 months ago, I went out to go and try and practice playing softball with my daughter. And because of the weight that I carry in the front, my lower back, literally the muscles went, fuck you, and they locked up. And I had to hobble across the yard to get back to
you're 40 and you try to get out of bed for no reason, your back will do the same.
But it doesn't help
with weight or without.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help that I'd gotten back up and was pushing the scale at close to 400 pounds at 6 foot tall again.
Yeah.
When before COVID, I was down to 303 pounds.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm the heaviest I've ever been. I'm a 175.
No, I mean,
Damn.
no, what I was saying earlier about, when with my ex-wife and everything like that, compiling onto the fact that I was already feeling bad and I was already feeling like a disgusting blob. And then you add the infidelity and the cheating and whatnot into that, I was like, you know what? I'm going to start going to the gym. On top of working 10 plus hours a day, I would get up and I would go to the gym 2 hours before work.
Yep.
I would go to work. I would get off work and I would get off work and I would go back for 2 hours. In about 8 months, I dropped 80 pounds. And for the first time in my life ever, I had a 6-pack, not a solid, but I was not a solid 6-pack, but I could take my shirt off and there was a 6-pack. I was getting toned. I was, and I was living that lifestyle. And then,
Was it Coors or Bud Light?
Now the 6-pack he's got sitting in the trash can next to him from what he's consumed tonight on the show.
Actually, the 6-pack is actually sitting on my desk beside me. So,
But that's beside the fact. But yeah, you almost develop a complex.
But
100%.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, but no, I mean, so and then I kept that mentality going when I was in Charleston.
Yeah.
Even after we split, because I lost all that weight and I'm feeling good about myself. And then she's like, oh, by the way, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And our relationship had been over for years. Let's be honest, our relationship was over, but we used one of those excuses as old as time was we have to stay together for the kids. And at the end of the day, it sounds like I'm shitting on my ex-wife, and I'm really not, because at the end of the day, we stayed together for 5 years longer than we should have. And things only got worse. My mental state was fucking absolutely wrecked. I was so broken and fucked up that
it's terrible for the kids.
And I became the dad that I said I would never become. I was an absolute fucking monster. And I've spent the last 5 years, almost 6 years, especially with my oldest one, trying to fix that. And I still feel every day like a huge failure, like I let her down, and that nothing I'll ever do will be good enough to fix the damage that was caused because of that. But I still continue to try. But, I was going to the gym and I was working out and I was feeling good about myself. And then we split up, and then, things started to come to light, and I started acknowledging things and paying attention to things and trying to fix things. And for me personally, nobody else, for me personally, I wasn't trying to win her back or anything like that. That ship sailed and I was done and I was over and it was good. And we have a good relationship as ex-husband, ex-wife. We have a good relationship where we communicate, where we put the kids first. We don't ever put the kids in a bad situation or anything like that. And I'm extremely thankful for that, because I see a lot of failed marriages or relationships where kids are involved. And
mine,
I grew up in one of these, and she grew up in one of these, where the parents just use the kids as weapons against each other. And I'm very grateful for the relationship that we have, and the fact that we are still friendly, and that we are, when it comes to the kids, we always communicate and talk and everything like that. But once I started getting clarity, and once things started getting a little bit better, and I was healing mentally, and I was going to the gym, then I realized I'm not doing this because of this, that, or that. I'm doing this for me.
Yep.
And then I came home, and things changed drastically, and then the previous relationship I was in, I wasn't going to the gym as much as I wanted to, because when I would go to the gym, there was that the narcissistic tendencies that I had my blinders on, and I wasn't paying attention to the red flags and stuff like that. Was like, well, why are you at the gym? Why are you, what are you doing? Why are you there? Who are you there with? I was like, I go to work, I come home, and I go to the gym. Those are the three places that I'm at the end of the day. Like, I'm never at the bar. I'm never out and about. Like, this is what, and I stopped going to the gym. And then we broke up, and I got back into the gym.
And now you don't go.
I wasn't as big as I was, but I was getting up, and I dropped. And that's the great thing about it. For me personally, I can go to the gym, and within a month or two, I'm starting to drop weight like right now. I just have to get in the routine and be consistent, and I take it off. So, and then I was in that mindset of, I'm in the gym, I'm doing this for me, I'm getting my shit right, I'm getting my body right, I'm getting my mind right, because the gym is therapy for me. The gym is the one place I put my earbuds in. I think Rick can attest to this. I put my earbuds in, I listen to my music, I shut my brain off, and
do my thing.
And I do my thing. Or I put my earbuds in, I start thinking about everything, and I start thinking about fixing it, getting it right, getting it correct, not letting it weigh down on me, not letting it bear down on me. And then I process and I work through things in my head. Yep. So, the gym is great therapy. The gym is a great place to be for some people. It doesn't work for everybody. But now I'm starting to reach that point. I'm at 300 pounds where it's like, shit, my clothes aren't fitting, shirts aren't fitting, this, that, and the other thing. And I keep telling myself, I'm going to go back to the gym. I'm going to go back to the gym. I'm going to, Monday, I'm going to go to the gym. And I've said that for 3 weeks now. Monday, I'm going to go to the gym after work. Monday, I'm going to go to the gym after work. Get back into the routine. I'm a creature of habit. I'm a creature of routine. Once I lock that routine in, I'm good. I'm money, and I'm rocking and rolling. But as soon as that routine's disrupted, then I'm fucked. It's like a train when it derails. For me.
Yeah, it's a train wreck. Yeah,
so,
it takes a while to get it back on the tracks.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't want to go to the gym for any other reason, just because I don't like who I see in the mirror. My fiance, Nikki, God love her, and I said this earlier in the show. She tells me every day, multiple times a day, "Oh, you're handsome. Oh, you're sexy. Oh, you're hot. you know, and as a man, I'm like, whatever, you're blind, whatever.
Yeah, we don't see it because we don't see it. We don't believe it when we hear it.
Yeah, you know, and like you said, God bless her, man, because she looks at this, she looks at me, and she
That's
sees
same with the one upstairs. My God.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I look in the
speaking
mirror and I
of,
see something.
gentlemen,
Yeah,
I had a great conversation tonight, but my alarm is going to ring in about 5 hours, and I have another very busy day tomorrow.
Nice.
So I appreciate y'all letting me jump on yet again. It was great to see everybody again, except for El Cheapo. I can't figure out why he was here yet, but whatever.
Because the first Monday actually made it.
Yeah, well, he
usually
finished
work
his
late.
drug
still
runs for Chapo early.
Well, typically Monday is not a Jeff night, and that was something we
No.
established a long time ago.
Yeah, well, that was why I said it's good to see El Cheapo
Mondays I
again.
work late.
So,
Rick, I appreciate you being here, brother. You know, you're welcome here anytime. You're welcome here every Monday night if you want to be a part of this.
yeah, I have no problem with that. I'll come in as often as I can.
Yeah, you know, the subject changes every week. I just kind of think of things. I'm going to actually put some stuff up on social media, and you know, ask our followers on social media what they
Take
would
some
like.
polls.
Yeah, you know what they would like to hear us talk about, conversations they'd like for us to have.
Address some stuff.
If I can ask you real quick before you leave, because you know we're not going to spend a whole lot more time on here either. Before you leave, would you like to leave anybody with a quote, words of wisdom, or anything like that? That's something that we do on this show to end the show before we leave.
You know, it's funny. It's funny you say that because there's been a couple of them that have popped around in my head since we started, and one of them came from my last failed relationship, and it was a stance that I took after that relationship had failed, and I had gone from being homeless to having a house and building my house, you know, and building my home, purchasing all the stuff that goes in it and doing work to the exterior and interior and this, that, and the other, and then allowing that what is now a failed relationship to move in at the time. And when she left, and after she cheated on me and she left, I had written down on a piece of paper, and I still have it in my nightstand, and it simply states that I will never allow someone to sit at my table that does not bring something to it that I cannot provide for myself. And that is something that I've always stood firm since then with relationships. Is in order for somebody to step in and be involved in a relationship with me, you have to bring something to it that I cannot provide, because I've provided and provided and provided and provided and provided for so many different people that I didn't have anything left to provide anymore. I had given everything on my table away. So now I had restocked my table. So if you want to sit at my table, if you want to take a seat at my table, you have to bring something to it that I don't already have there. And the other part that to go with your keeping up with the Joneses is, you know, stay humble in your relationships. Understand that person that you're seeing online or on Facebook or on Insta that has that, like Jeff said, the Porsche and the Ferrari and the bike and the wheelchair, the person that has everything that you think that you want does not have that perfect life that you think they have. What you see versus what's really going on 99% of the time are two totally different things. And I found that out even
fit the narrative.
I found that out even with my boss. He's a business owner. He was happily married for 14 years. You know, he has a multi-million-dollar business. He's a physically in shape dude. He's a sharp looking dude. You know, he'd gone to college. He was a semi-pro baseball player. Behind the scenes, what I didn't know, and the reason that he was always at work before everybody else, is because most nights he was sleeping at the shop because his marriage was failing at home and he just didn't want to be there anymore. So, you know, stay humble in your relationship and appreciate what you have right in front of you versus chasing the next best thing all the time, because what's best for them may not always be best for you. And if you put in the hard work and dedication for almost anything in life, you'll be rewarded with exactly what you deserve, not what you want. So those are my only two parting thoughts.
Agreed.
And on that, I am going to bid you fools adieu, and I'm going to go take the dog out and crash out for the night.
Nice. Appreciate it, brother. Much
Absolutely.
love.
We'll catch y'all later.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Absolutely. We'll talk to y'all later.
Much love, bro.
See you.
And now you see,
Hello?
hey, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Now you see where Mike gets it from. No, he touched on something. This is going to kind of be the last, the last topic of the night. Like I said, I've got to be better at tightening this show up and keeping this show in a timely manner. But he kind of touched on it a little bit, and trigger warning for
Any of you experts out there?
The appreciation factor in relationships, and I feel like more often than not, this kind of falls on men than women. It does fall on women as well, that we all go through it at the end of the day, but it does kind of fall on men more than others. And I still think this is a very true quote. I think I think that's why a lot of people have problems with it, because it is a harsh reality, and it's not something that people want to hear. And it's not something that everybody's going to agree with, but I think most men out there are going to agree with this. And I'm going to play this. I played it Saturday night, and but I really like this, and the conversation we're having tonight, and the topic that we're covering, and whatnot. I meant to save it for tonight. However, it got played. You're good, Brian. Don't worry about it, buddy.
My bad, man.
Yeah, you're good. But I want to play this real quick, short clip. Again, it's Chris Rock, and I've always been a fan of Chris Rock. His comedy, his movies, and stuff like that. And I would love to watch this full episode. This full show. I don't even know what it's called or anything like that.
It was one of his latest specials on Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, he talks a lot about marriage and having a failed marriage, and I would really like to watch this whole thing, but the appreciation factor. And at the end of the day, I'm sorry, it's going to trigger some people, but it is what it is. It's cold hard facts, and yes, it is a two-way street. It does apply for both men and women, but the majority of cases it falls, and it really does apply to men. So give me just a minute. Yeah, here we go.
You get older. One thing I learned: only women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally. Women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally. A man is only loved under the condition that he provides something. That's right. Women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally. A man only loved under the condition that he provides. That's right. Fellas, when you meet a new girl, what do your friends ask? Ladies, when you meet a new guy, what do your friends ask you? What does he do?
Mm-hmm. It's 100% true statement, and especially in today's society. It might have been different in the past, but in today's society, and if you don't believe me, I mean, I could spend the time, and I could do 2 hours of not talking, just playing clips.
Yeah.
Of women being on other podcasts, women being on other interviewed on the street, women making reels or TikToks or whatever, validating exactly what my man just said at the end of the day.
And also too, like when I worked with the moving company, and during the pandemic and everything, I felt bad for the guys.
Pandemic.
The pandemic.
Oh, I thought you said Japandemic.
No. Pandemic. You dumbfounded dipshit.
I was like,
what the fuck is the Japandemic?
I don't know. I was going to say, like, what did the Japanese have to do with it? I thought it was China.
No. But no, like a lot of people that we moved out were a lot of breakups and a lot of divorces.
Mm-hmm.
And most of it leading, other than being cooped up in the house and being around each other 24/7 was one of the factors. But the factor was for the guys, they had to sacrifice early retirement or pay cut. And a lot of the people that we do move, and I will be honest, it's like moving people out of MTV Cribs.
Mhm.
So one of the guys I felt really bad for because he had to take an early retirement. His job was going to let him go. He was going to work remote till about the end of the year, and he's no longer employable. So so his wife wasn't having it. And after talking to the wife on the phone and seeing how she's all about it, I'm like, whoa. But apparently because she was like saying, well, he's no good to me now because he's not going to be working. He's going to be hard to find a job, and he doesn't have that much in retirement. I'm like, wow.
Mhm.
So much for,
Picking up the slack or
for richer for poorer. Yeah. And they were married for like 35 years.
Damn.
That is a cunt you saw.
And he was drinking, and then like the house was nice, And then another instance where we moved a couple out, where pretty much when the guy had to take a dramatic pay cut, and he pretty much fell into a big depression, and he ended up like putting himself in exile because he's like, man, I can't provide like they had to they were living in a condo, and he had to sell the condo. And so it was just like, man, he just felt useless because he's like, man, I don't feel like a man because I can't provide, for me and my girl and my little kid. And he exiled. I mean, it's a lot of things, that a lot of pressure that with relationships, but it was just, she just kind of just stood there, was like, okay. I'm like, damn, you're like, the guy's like leaving. Just say, hey, But I just find it fascinating. But when you hear that one song at the bar, "Don't Stop Believing," like, who's the main crowd that goes crazy? The ladies.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to bring up something. Unfortunately, I wanted to bring it up when Rick was here, but I got lost in work shit. But one of the songs by our man Garth Brooks, he says, "I thank God for unanswered prayers."
Oh yeah.
There's a reason for everything, and I'm a real carrot and stick kind of guy. I cannot dangle a carrot in front of myself and better myself. I actually saved a copy of it. My new wallpaper for my computer, and I'm on my computer all day long, is this. It is actually from
Invincible.
The Invincible Vince Papale story. And you know what? It's that fuck you, I'm gonna do better.
Mm-hmm.
I see that every morning when I turn on my, I have my TV and my laptop. When I turn on my TV, I don't use the TV for the first hour of work. As I start opening more tabs, I start needing space to put shit. That's when my TV gets filled up. So for the first hour and a half of work, I basically can stare at that. And I literally sit here going all day going, fuck you, I'm going to make it. And you have to do that in everything. Whatever it is you need to do to fuck you, I can make this work. Or if we can't make this work, I need to find something to make this work. And it is a team effort. The one thing my wife and I say all the time is, no matter what the fuck happens, it's you and me against the world. Mm-hmm. And if you don't have somebody that in your darkest fucking hour, and this goes across any relationship, if in your darkest hour you can't be like, I don't know what to do, and they're like, I got it, I got you. That person, I don't care who the fuck they are. I don't care if it's your best friend. I don't care if it's your wife. I don't care if it's your fucking dog. That person is the most sacred person to you.
Nah,
And
because you gotta have that balance.
Yeah.
Mhm. No, I've spent my entire life surrounded by people, and that includes family, telling me that I ain't shit, I'll never be shit, and I'll never amount to shit. So I've spent my entire life proving everybody wrong. But the coldest goddamn words I've ever heard said to me, uttered to me, and I'll never forget them. And at 42 years old, I hope I don't even know if this bitch is still alive. To be honest with you, I said it during the Toby Q thing. I had a teacher tell me one time, Glick, you won't live to see 18, and you'll never be shit, and you'll never amount to shit. I'm 42 years old. Have I struggled at times? Hell yeah. Have I come out better at the end of the day? Hell yeah. But I'm 42 years old. She said I wouldn't live to see, I wouldn't live past 18. I think I've done a pretty damn good job in life. I made mistakes and I stumble along the way, and I got 3 good kids. I got 3 great kids, and I feel like I try to be a good influence for my kids, and and I try to encourage them as well as make them tough so they're not soft in this world. But it's one of those things. Tell me I can't do something, and I'm going to do it just to spite you,
just to piss you off.
I'm the same way. And those are words that have stuck with me since the day that bitch said it to me. And like I said, the day I graduated, she said I'd never graduate.
And let's be honest, she didn't say it as a motivator. Just like the guidance counselor I had that said I should dig ditches.
The day I graduated,
be good for.
And I drove by on my truck, chucking beer cans at her stupid head, flipping her off. She's looking at it and run her ass over. I would love to see her today. At the end of the day, I mean, in all honesty, I would love to see her today, just to and not to say or do anything, but just look at me, look at me in the eyes.
How do you like me now, bitch?
Yeah. But the problem is with people like that is those are the kind of people like, yeah, but I motivated you. No, that's not what you meant when you said it. I like I said, I had a guidance counselor that said, I'll be lucky if I can make enough to survive in this world. Because she basically called me a stupid idiot every fucking time she saw me. Mm-hmm. And now I find it funny because I own my own house. Kids are good. I'm in the finished paying off my land as of next month. And I make more than she does. So
no, at the end of the day, well, yes, yeah, I make more than she does. I've made more. But
you've spent more on beer than she's ever made.
Well, this might be a possibility too. But like when Brian said he worked for the moving company, I worked for a moving company almost 20 years ago.
It was the same company.
Yeah, 2-minute truck. Yeah, we both work for the same company. There's Brian and I are like, to hear us talk and to hear us conversate about our past and our history. It's
you guys are the same coin, different sides. Yeah,
it's so similar and so crazy. It's almost scary, and that's what I mean this 100% as a compliment, and I know some people will try to twist this, but like Brian is 100% the yin to my yang. Like we he's a little bit more calm, cooler, collective. We share a similar past, we share a similar story. We've done a lot of things similar in life. But he's the more calm, cool, collective side, where I'm the hot-headed, like, oh yeah, Brian's gonna sit in the corner and meditate, and I'm gonna run into a bar and fight 50 fucking people.
Well, actually, I'm glad you brought that up. So, I'm sure you know who Jordan Peterson is.
Yes,
mm-hmm. Director
Jordan Peterson. You instantly know him if you saw him, Chris. He's
the monster.
Yeah, but the Be the Monster speech. There's a reason why he mentions martial arts. Somebody like Jet Li and Bruce Lee. These guys, they are not violent people. They can be if needed be, and that is the yin and yang. Everyone needs to get to a point where they know how big they can go, how much they can explode shit. But the real true power in anybody's life is knowing you can, but not doing it.
And that's where
That's
I
the
am.
yin and yang.
That's where I am now. But you know, when you hear Brian and I talk, and we talk about our past and we talk about our upbringing and stuff, it's so similar. But you know, we kind of went different routes at the end of the day. But you know, when I worked at 2 Men and a Truck almost 20 years ago. And 20 years ago, what was happening during the pandemic was happening. I can't tell you how. I told you guys once on the show that I had a guy that bought a brand new Harley Davidson for $100 because this woman was leaving this man because she found another man who made more money than him. And my man had, I mean, beautiful fucking, basically in my world, a mansion. You know, he had a brand new Harley Davidson that he paid cash for. You know, she was pampered. She lived a lifestyle, but she found a man who made a little bit more money than him, and she was out like a thief in the night. And she literally moved out when he was at work. And all of us dudes on the move felt grimy as shit.
Yeah.
Because we're literally there moving. This man's going to come home to next to nothing, and we're the ones doing it to him. I had another move where where one of the guys, and the only reason he got it and I didn't get it because he was a little bit faster getting to the ATM. Bought a brand new Mustang GT for $50. $50 goddamn dollars. This Mustang GT had 3,000 miles on it, but it was in her name because he bought it for her as a gift for on a fucking random fucking Wednesday because he wanted to show her some appreciation. He wanted to tell her, and he knew how much she loved the car. $50 goddamn dollars. She signed the title over to him.
Damn.
I can't tell you how many countless moves that we did, and it was always done like a thief in the middle of the night, man. The guys were at work, and we're in there moving. We're packing their shit up and moving their shit.
Yeah, I mean,
So
and there was like, some women that I came across that during the whole pandemic where they had to work remote, but also they had to take a pay cut. So a lot of them were like, well, you know, a lot of them where they live was because of like his income and her income, but like if she's taking a pay cut and he's taking a hit too, she was like, well, I gotta go back home, and like where she's from is like out of Houston.
Yeah.
And so it was just like, you know, they eventually ended up breaking up because they felt like, well, we can't support each other, which really they could. I mean, they just have to like dumb it down from this part of town.
That belt, tighten up that belt.
Yeah. So, but I mean, it was just like, you know, it does that. I mean, like that whole 2 years, well, actually the whole year and a half, right off the get-go when it first, you know, when all that was going on. But a lot of times, like most of the guys I felt bad for because it's kind of like left going, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, you're already kicking a man when he's down. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, the guy's going through it, and you know, we're all going through it during the pandemic. Don't get me wrong. Like, you know, fortunately for me, I was lucky. You know, my life didn't change in any way, shape, or form during the pandemic. I was still doing my thing. You know, my life didn't change, but there was people, you know, people in general, men and women, that were going through it, and shit was happening, and especially in relationships, man. You know, where essentially at the end of the day, you're kicking that other person while they're down, man. Like you really are.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I mean, it's unfortunate, but the thing about it is, it's like you got to see. I mean, a lot of people don't see the silver lining, but I mean, but like, yeah, okay, so it sucks. You got to take an early retirement, or you got to take a pay cut. Okay, fine, but at least on the good side, on the plus side, you're still employed for the time being.
Yeah.
Still employed. Okay, so you got to downsize. Okay. You went from a 7-bedroom to a 5-bedroom. What's 2 extra rooms?
Oh God, I would kill for a fucking 5-bedroom.
You know, I mean,
I
but
would
yeah,
literally kill Jeff if that meant I got a 5-bedroom.
I mean, yeah, because like I remember one move. It was a it was a 3-truck move, and like I said, like the house that we moved him out of was like an MTV Cribs type of house.
Yeah.
And then, you know, like I said, to us guys, wow, it's a luxury house, but in their eyes, it's just like, yeah, you know, I mean, still in one of the nice, in really one of the nicer areas, one of the nicer areas and everything, but it's just that she didn't realize how, like, over the years that they've been married, like how much shit they collected because they went to a 4-bedroom house, they downsized to a 4-bedroom house. It was just like the wife was all overwhelmed. The husband was just kind of like, I'm staying out of it, you know, because the movie, he's like, yeah, she's calling the shots, you know, whatever she's doing. I'm like, dang, man, you know, like so she's getting flustered. So it's like, man, like since I'm taking the lead, I'm like, let me pull her aside, like, hey, you're in good hands. All right. It's a change. You know, she goes, I know, but she goes, I just don't realize how much shit we have. I gotta like set up a garage sale. I said, we'll worry about that later. Right now, we're just where do you want this couch?
Where do you want all your shit before this gets any worse than it needs to be?
And that's 100% true because I went through that when I had a 2,500 square foot home in Charleston, beautiful house in Charleston. And I literally came home and, like I said, my first apartment was like 600 square feet on a good day. But before I left, because I knew I was coming, when I was coming back to Ohio, and at the time, I was coming back with a friend or, a situationship. Let's just call a spade a spade. It was a situationship. But I still had to downsize. I took like 10 truckloads of shit to the dump.
Mm-hmm.
Pickup truckloads full of shit to the dump. Not to mention all the shit that I sold. Not to mention the random fucking... Oh, I couldn't tell you guys how many goddamn Amazon packages that I found that were never even opened. That shit that my ex-wife would fucking order and then not even open, or random boxes of shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why do we have this? Because again, while I was in Charleston, I was making good fucking money. I mean, good fucking money. And, I was able to afford, to be in that nice neighborhood, to have that house. And I was getting ready to buy that house. And, it was like, and we'd only been there 5 years. And it was like the amount of shit that we accumulated in 5 fucking years was insane. And and shout out to the people who, when I was like, hey, and I had a lot of customers come through that were customers of mine at Oregon, and they were just buying shit just to help me out. You know what I mean? They didn't necessarily need it or whatever. Like my neighbor bought a fucking fuck ton of stuff out of my garage, and he was like, I mean, I could probably find a use for this. So, so shout out to everybody who bought stuff that I didn't need or didn't have the room for, really helped me out in the long run. That's why I was able to come back home to Ohio and live for a few months without having to, as I was trying to get a job, but I didn't have to stress it because I had a good chunk of change in the bank and and a good, I had a little nest egg or whatever. But, it was just like, goddamn, we really accumulated a lot of shit since we've been in here. But, and then not only like going through it, so that, then I'm going through the process of getting rid of shit or finding shit or seeing shit. And it was like, it was kind of a kick in the dick because all this is thrown away because at some point.
Hi, Nikki.
At some point we stopped communicating. At some point we stopped caring. At some point, whatever the case may be. So, it's one of those things. But there's a lot of variance in a relationship that people struggle with, and like I said, we all go through it. What you see on one side of the coin isn't necessarily what's going on the other side of the coin, and we don't have to share every personal detail of our lives to realize that, we all go through stuff and we all deal with stuff. And
Peace so bad.
Hi, baby. And but it's being there for one another in a relationship, whether it's with a significant other, a loved one, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife, boyfriend, whatever the case may be. It's all about riding that storm out and making it through the bad times, because at the end of the day, the bad times are going to make the good times that much better. And if it's
Yeah.
worth it, then you're going to be willing to stand there, and I like to, and I've never really shared this. It's just something. It's a thought that I've always had in my head, so I've never really shared it. It's like a prize fighter, and you finally get the chance at the championship, and you put every ounce of blood, sweat, and tears you have into getting ready for that fight, and being in that fight, and you go 10 rounds, and you put everything you possibly can into that 10-round fight, that 10-round 2-minute fight, which equivalates to what? Somebody do the math. What is it? 20 minutes?
Yeah, something like that. 30 minutes.
Everything you have into this massive achievement, this massive goal that you've wanted. It's the same with a relationship. Yeah, you're going to get knocked down. You're going to get beat up. You're going to, figuratively, you're going to get knocked down, beat up, and bloodied, and black and blue. But at the end of the day, if you survive those 10 rounds and you manage to come out better for it, everything you've worked for and everything that you've strived for and everything that you've wanted is all worth it at the end of the day.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's even a country song out there that's Better Than I Used to Be by Sammy Kershaw. You know how before all that, he wasn't able to look himself in the mirror, but now that he can, he sees a better man in that mirror now.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we've all had those times where, we've been beaten down, or we had that relationship that we just wanted to make it work and we couldn't. And then we felt like failures because our names were dragged across the fucking ground like we were fucking sand or tar on a road. And, not that we deserved it. We probably wanted to fucking say, no, this is what really happened. But in reality, like Glick said earlier, there's always 3 ways of the story: his, hers, and the truth. And no matter if you're saying the truth, it's always, yeah, but we haven't heard this person's side of the story.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Yeah.
I do want to get ready and wrap this bad boy up, but per usual, I'd like you guys to hang out through the song if you be so kind. And before we go our different ways and part ways and everything like that, if you whatever quote you want to, I enjoy the quotes that we drop. Whether you see something online that you like or something that you personally come up with or whatever, just hang out through the song, and when we come back, we'll close out the show. Let each one of us kind of do a little closing quote, if you will. Like I said, relationships take a lot of work, a lot of hard work, and the word of the night has been communication. Some of us are not very good at communication. Some of us don't like to communicate or don't know how to put our thoughts into words. I struggle with that. Believe it or not, yes, ladies and gentlemen, you guys see me 4 nights a week and you hear me talk a fucking lot. But when it comes down to a serious conversation, and Jeff and I have had these conversations because he yells at me, and he just yelled at me tonight. I don't always know how to say the things that are on my mind. I don't always know how to find the right words or the right things to say. But when it comes down to being in a relationship with somebody or going through that stuff, you have to be able to communicate and not worry about, all right, if I say it this way, am I going to sound like a complete fucking moron? Am I going to sound stupid as fuck? It doesn't matter. You just have to get it out there so your partner knows how you're feeling or what you're going through. And I'm terrible at this, and I know Nikki will be. She'll attest to it. I'm fucking terrible at it. I'm the worst at it. I come on here and I say all the things and I do all the things, but I'm terrible in real life. Jeff can attest to it. He literally just yelled at me 10 minutes ago on Snapchat. And I've been yelled at before. I'm great at giving advice. I'm great at talking to people. I'm great at being there for people, but I'm terrible at putting it in reverse and letting people be there for me or talking to people. Relationships are not going to work and they're not going to be healthy if you don't have that open line of communication. So again, I say we're no experts. None of us have fancy degrees from fancy colleges. We're just a group of guys who have been through it and lived it and survived it and continue to continue to learn and continue to grow and continue to evolve as human beings. And that's all we can do at the end of the day. You know, we all have our own story. I mean, I could do a men caring for men and just be like, all right, Brian, I want you to come up tonight and it's just going to be you. And I'm going to give you 2 hours and just put all as much as you want to share, as much as you want to say, put it out there. I can say the same thing to Jarvis. I can say the same thing to Jeff, and I could shit.
Connor with the hard R.
Yeah, Connor could do the same thing. Connor with the hard you know, Rick, you know, I could come on here and you know, I could dazzle you with stories that would go, what in the actual fuck? You know, I think all of us could do that with, like, what in the actual fuck? Why are they still here? Why are they still pushing on? Why are they still trying to be better? Why are they still looking for that other end of the rainbow, that greener grass or whatever? But that's what this show is all about. Men caring for men. Men's mental health matters. And, you know, if anything, at the end of the day, hopefully, you know, we might not reach anybody. Nobody may ever listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths, but maybe worst case scenario, the guys that are on this show, the guys that are on this panel, we come out better at the other end. You know, I think this is all uncharted territory for all of us. I mean, if you guys disagree, feel free to tell me.
I always disagree with you just on principle.
You don't pay Jeff enough.
You know, that's a
reason why I divorced you and put you in a crate and mailed you to Mexico.
Actually, I have a quote that I literally just found. I don't know if you guys have seen Ted Lasso.
No.
Excellent show.
It's a pieces of it. It's a great show. It looks like it's a great show.
It's amazing, by the way. Even though it is about soccer. That's the only problem I have with it is fucking soccer.
Yeah,
It's
but
amazing.
That owns the team. I love her. She's awesome. And I don't even know her until Ted
Which
Lasso.
one? Which one?
The 7-foot blonde chick.
Oh yeah, she's the shame chick from Game of Thrones.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The chick ringing the bell and saying shame, Brian.
Yeah.
You need to check out Ted Lasso. She's fucking gorgeous.
Oh, by the way, where were you assholes at earlier when I made a Star Wars reference and everybody looked at me like I was a fucking Jeffrey Dahmer?
No, I fucking heard.
I didn't hear it.
Did do it.
I wasn't here.
What'd you say?
But the quote, I have it here.
And Connor said it too.
And it comes to it. I truly believe this can be attributed to any relationship. And the quote is this: taking on a challenge or a relationship is kind of like riding a horse. If you're comfortable while you're doing it, you're probably doing it wrong. You have to be able to be uncomfortable. You know, whether it's talking about your feelings, well, it's talking about to your significant other, whether it's talking, you have to be able to have that uncomfortable conversation.
Agreed. So I want to go ahead and wrap this up real quick. I want to play a song. I want to come back and get closing remarks from everybody, and you know, like a little closing quote or whatever you want to do. This song, I'm a huge fan of this artist. This song has been one of my favorite songs ever since I was a child. It wasn't until I got older and was in my first serious relationship that this song really spoke to me and really hit me close to home. And it continues to this today. And basically, it's what we've been talking about all night long. Relationships are hard. Relationships are not easy. You're going to go through the trials and tribulations. Yeah. There's my word of another one of my words of the day, Brian. The Sasquatch is smarter than you thought he was. But you know,
but also, quit while you're ahead.
Yeah. Head? What? Mickey? No. But no, I mean, it's ultimately the song is about not giving up. When you feel like the easiest thing to do is just to give up and walk away, but not giving up. Before I get to that, I do a lot of shows during the week. I do this show. I do Nonsensical Nonsense twice. I do Glick's House of Music, and then I make the random appearance on other people's podcasts as well from time to time. You're probably wondering where the fuck I get the energy to do all that stuff. Well, it's our good friends over at W Energy. And unlike other energy drinks that'll leave you with a crash. Whoa.
No, don't worry. I'm just getting ready to play for you.
Oh, what are you doing?
You're doing Dubby. Calm down. Just keep talking.
Okay. Well, make
Shut
sure
up.
you
I don't put it back. Calm down.
Wall Street just fucked up. It went all walking long. Anyways.
In the background.
Jeff knows what you're doing.
As I was saying, I do a lot of shit throughout the week besides work and kids and a fiance and multiple podcasts during the week. And the energy comes from our good friends at W Energy. Unlike the other energy drinks that are out there, there's no crash an hour after you drink it, and you have to drink multiple energy drinks, which causes you to have the jitters and feel like your heart's going to explode. W doesn't do that, man. W's no jitters, no crash. Going to get you energized, get you focused for the day, get you going, get you rocking and rolling, making you feel right. Not only that, but let's be honest, those energy drinks that you buy in the store and at the gas station, they taste like asshole. They all taste the same. W Energy's got some actually tasty-ass energy drinks. Might I recommend Dragonade and or my personal favorite, and I know it doesn't sound very good, but it's actually delicious. A little Dub Sludge for you. I love it. It's one of my favorites. I'm actually getting ready to place another order. It's because I've run out, but I got to get me some more. But W's going to get you covered. W's going to be taking care of you. They're going to keep you energized and focused for the day ahead. And I mean, it's pretty basic and pretty simple. All we're asking y'all to do is join us, your good friends over at the Nonsensical Network, as we wage war on big energy. Head on over to w.gg. Use our promo code. You're going to save on every order with our promo code. Words are hard. Get you. I'll recommend this if you're hesitant and you're worried. Get the sampler pack. It's 4 packs. It's not very expensive. Get your sampler pack. Try it out, and if you like it, you can thank us later. But either way, if you get the sampler pack or you get a tub or whatever you're buying, make sure you use promo code Words Are Hard at checkout when you go to w.gg and get that discount. Jeffrey, cue the music.
We should do white night upon a viral speed. Late at night, a toss and a turn and a dream of what I need. I need a hero. I'm only a hero till the end of the night. It's gotta be strong and it's gotta be bad.
I live to play that video, honestly.
I know you do. I know you do.
I love that I made it.
Bonnie Tyler.
You love it, you what?
I said you can't go wrong with some Bonnie Tyler. That's who sang it
Yes.
originally.
Originally, yes. No, so we do appreciate y'all listening. We appreciate y'all hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. We're going to drop this down. We're going to play a little music for you. Like I said, this song is kind of like the definition of being at that breaking point and realizing that not giving up is worth it. And and again, it goes way back in the day. I mean, probably before Jarvis was even born. I don't know when Jarvis.
Which means he's into it.
Yeah,
it was a movie.
I don't know when Jarvis. When were you born?
1993.
Jesus.
Oh, actually, the song came out when he was the year he was born. But it's Mark Chestnut. Almost goodbye.
Oh, fuck off.
Fucking fetus.
There was rain on the street last night. We stood beneath the front door light. And everything we said, we made sure the neighbors heard. You called me this, I called you that. Standing on the welcome mat. Everything we felt, it all came down to just one word. But you couldn't say it, and I couldn't say it. You know I tried my best to go away. I know you cried, 'cause I hurt you so. It should have been easy to say we were through, but to walk away from love was more than we could do. It was almost goodbye, almost goodbye. There was sun through the blinds this morning when I opened up my eyes. And outside I could hear a mockingbird. And I could feel your heartbeat as you lay there by my side. I thought of how the world could end with just one word. You didn't say it, and I didn't say it. You know I tried my best to go. I know you cried, 'cause I hurt you so. Should have been easy to say we were through, but to walk away from love that way was more than we could do. It was almost goodbye. It was almost goodbye. Sometimes the most important words are the ones that you leave unspoken. You know I tried my best to go, and I know you cried, 'cause I hurt you so. It should have been easy to say that we were through, but to walk away from love that way was more than we could do. It was almost goodbye, almost goodbye. No, I couldn't say it first. Almost goodbye. Oh.
Great fucking song.
Yeah,
Great fucking song. It speaks a lot of volumes and a lot of truth. Do appreciate y'all listening. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Before I let the guys leave us with parting words, I do want to go ahead and shout out the social medias. Join us every Monday night for Men Caring for Men. Wednesdays and Saturdays, you can hang out with us for Nonsensical Nonsense. Getting a little crazy doing what we do. Tuesday nights, my guy Jeff and his counterparts Sam and Vera will be doing Dollars and Cents podcast. And Friday nights, I'm back again for Glick's House of Music. Just so you guys know, working on a lot of things. So there's a lot of things going on in the nonsensical world. We are on all the social media platforms. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. Not only that, but you can listen to the podcast wherever you listen to podcasts and on all platforms like Zencastr, Spotify, Google, Apple, wherever you listen to podcasts, we are more than likely there. And if you want to find us, simply go to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. You're going to find all the shows there. You can follow us. And if you do that, we'd greatly appreciate you. You can also give us a share. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. That way you know what we do when we do how we do, baby. Oh, man. Good show tonight, gentlemen. Appreciate you guys being here. Shout out to Rick. Shout out to Connor. Appreciate y'all being here. I know you guys had to dip out a little bit early. I do appreciate you guys being here Monday night with me. I appreciate the shit out of you guys having these conversations with me. And I appreciate the hell out of you guys. It means a lot, not only to me, but I think it means a lot to the other men who listen to this show. And shout out to the ladies who are watching the show. Surprisingly, a lot of ladies are listening to this show, and I'm getting some feedback from them. So that's really cool. But it means a lot to me personally that I have this panel of guys that come on here, and Jeff when he decides to pop on. But you guys see me and Jeff together a lot, so you know. But I do appreciate it, and it means the world to me that you guys do come on here and you open up and you're vulnerable and you allow yourselves to, as society would say, be weak for a few hours a week and be here and take part in this show. It does mean a lot to me, and I hope you guys know that it doesn't go unappreciated at the end of the day. But as I said, we are going to wrap this up. Jarvis, I'm going to start with you. A quote or closing remarks that you would like to say for tonight's show.
Well, I'm going to rip this quote off, but, I'm going to use it in my own language. If women can't find you handy, at least they can find you nonsensical. Don't sue me, Red Green.
Nice. Brian, what you got?
That's all I fucking had.
To quote the great Obi-Wan Kenobi, relax, take a deep breath.
Nice. Jeffrey?
Yeah, I like that. Actually, I'm going back to the Ted Lasso pool. Be curious, not judgmental.
Walt Whitman.
Nice. Well, Walt Whitman. Well, I got a couple here for you guys. It just, I'd like to, these are not my words. These are other people's words. But, on the topic tonight with relationships, you don't have to cheat to lose someone. You can lose someone from lack of communication, attention, and disrespect. It's not always what you do. Sometimes it's about what you didn't do. At the end of the day. Also, one more here. Don't break up. Fix the problem. Start the romance again. Go on dates again. Work on winning each other over again. This is why there are so many failed relationships. If you love one another and are best friends, then breaking up is not the answer. I'm also going to go back to what I said earlier about one of my words of wisdom that I did. Because I like to hear my own self-talk and I like to talk.
My show.
Yeah, because I'm the host.
I actually want to bring these words of wisdom back, and I might re-up them back up on Instagram and stuff like that. But one of the things that I said, and this is it speaks volumes, especially when it comes to a relationship. Actions speak louder than words. You don't necessarily have to listen to the words that they're saying. Pay more attention to what they do and not what they say. Because that'll lead you to where you need to be. Never quit dating your significant other. Yes, Alyssa. Yeah, we should start asking the chatters box for quotes in the show as well. But anyway.
Oh, don't give her a fucking huge head.
Anyways,
Oh,
Men Caring for Men will be back next Monday night. Yes, we'll be back next Monday night. I had to make sure I was going to be 7 p.m.-ish right here. Same nonsensical network, same nonsensical time, same nonsensical channel. In the meantime, tune in for Wednesday and Saturday night for Nonsensical Nonsense. Jeff will be up here tomorrow night doing dollars and cents. I'll be back Friday. Yes, I'll be back Friday for Glick's House of Music. And don't forget about our good friends over at Talking Shit. They'll be doing their thing Thursday night. And I need to be better about announcing this, and I'll try to be better. But March 18th, we'll be teaming up with Mark and Brian of Talking Shit and doing a collaboration for Men Caring for Men. They're going to join us, and we're gonna talk about a bunch of different issues and different things and stuff like that. Don't really know what we're going to talk about yet because let's be honest, Mark and I haven't discussed that yet,
and probably never will until last minute.
Yeah.
be 100% honest. But no, again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you to Connor. Thank you to Rick. Appreciate you guys being here on Monday nights. I really do. I know you guys are taking time out of your lives and stuff like that to be here. So I really do appreciate it. And until next time, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, one last thing and I'm done. I promise.
Fuck you, San Diego.
I just thought of this and I don't know why I haven't already been doing it. One last thing and I'm going to hit the fucking button. I'm really hovering over the button. Share a smile. Think about it.